Alright, so first off, we're going to set the game speed to hyperspeed. Or high speed, should I say. And that'll just speed up a lot of the animations and stuff, which is going to cut down a lot on the time. Besides that, we can kind of customize our avatar piece. I'll use the TV statue, why not? Bird faces, yeah, we'll keep the default character outfits. We'll use the Yorha ones. Copy city board sounds fine. We can use... yeah, we'll use the machine lifeform table. I do like the ocean table, but we'll use that with the automata dice. We'll use the default OST. Make sure this is all set the same as the previous game. Yep, okay. Should be good. Alright, so we're going to be getting a new game, just like before. We'll be doing this without carrying over save data either.
Ah, I bid you welcome. I shall be your game master for this tale. It is a pleasure to have you. Now then, just like this, I will be using cards to draw you into the world of this story. From time to time, you may be presented with choices like this. That's correct. It doesn't mean anything, but still, good job. You're following along with all this, I trust? Moving on. I believe your experience of the story will be shaped in no small part by my narration. As such, I hope you'll have rather more fun keeping the sound on while you play. That said, rest assured that the game remains enjoyable without sound. My words will be subtitled just as they are now. With the formalities sorted, we're all ready to begin the game. My. Yeah, you can hear the sound of the waves. Oh, how very evocative. Now then, let's begin our tale. Allow me to welcome you to the world of Voice of Cards. You're about to step into the shoes of the hero of this tale as he sets forth on a grand adventure. Said adventure takes place in a remote part of the sea, in which ancient traditions are alive and well. You will touch the hearts of many who dwell in this place as you journey to change fate's promise of untold ruin. I believe in you. I believe your journey will be a success. And on that note, it is time for that journey to begin. May the waves see you safely across the tides.
And so it begins.
Our story begins in a secluded grotto. The sound of the waves echoes softly across the rock walls. A solitary young man stands in front of a ship floating in the water. Brush in hand, he busies himself painting the vessel. Once he finishes his work, he decides to carve his name into the side of the hull. A finishing touch. You carve your name in small lettering into the ship. Oh, A handsome name, that. This young lad is the hero of our tale, and your window into the world. You're a navigator without a ship, and your soul yearns to set out upon the ocean blue, for your own reasons. You have spent a great deal of time repairing the wrecked ship before you, in the hopes of crafting a partner, aboard which you might sail the high seas. The sound of a wooden box tumbling to the ground rips through the grotto. You heave a deep sigh and decide to head over to the source of the racket. The source of the noise turns out to be a young girl. It looks as though she has knocked over a wooden box, packed with shipbuilding supplies, and is in quite a panic about it. The girl's name is Laddie. You came across her some time ago, collapsed on a beach. You attempted to bring her to a nearby village, but she was quite opposed to the idea for some reason. As such, she has been helping you repair the ship here. You're not quite sure how to respond to her knocking the box over. It's okay, you say in a gentle, reassuring tone. Laddie's worried expression melts away, replaced by one of relief. You move to leave the grotto, saying, "I'm going to the village to get some food." Laddie waves goodbye, her forlorn smile seeing you off. The young woman has lost her ability to speak. Neither of you have any knowledge of how she ended up in her situation, and you spend many quiet hours together in the grotto. The scent of the sea and a sense of isolation hang heavy in the air. The island is bound for ruin and has had its name since before any can really recall. This is Omega Isle. You take a deep breath and then set out for the nearby Omega Village, which shares the island's name. You have arrived near the entrance of the village. You spy a shadow. The shadows fall away to reveal a small monster. It's unusual to see one this close to the village. It might be cute, but it's still a monster and a threat. You must slay the beast before it can cause trouble or worse in the village.
It looks so cute, though.
Don't hold back. Gorgeous flower beds burst with blossoms that will one day wilt and wither away, much like Omega Village itself. This is a village that has accepted its fate to be but a moment in time, destined to fade. You stop in at the mayor's house and discover that he already has a guest. The two are engaged in discussion. You listen in and learn that they are troubled by monsters that have appeared near the village and have been devouring precious stores of food.
Nice to see you, Nasper.
The villager sighs deeply. "I suppose it's about the end for the village," they say flatly before departing the mayor's home. The man left standing in the room has a certain sagacity about him. He notices you waiting and inclines his head in greeting. His name is Grief. As the village's mayor, he spends his days dealing with all manner of happenings around town.
Hope you've been doing well.
He looks to be at a loss over the damage being caused by the monsters. It would likely be a simple matter for you to deal with the beasts. You offer to deal with the monsters, and Grief replies with his thanks. You're always a big help. This is part of your daily routine. You work to sort out the village's troubles in order to procure food to eat. A monster has appeared before you. It holds what's left of a piece of fruit in its teeth, and its mouth moves restlessly. With a sigh, you mutter, "Let's get this over with then," and ready your weapon. With practiced skill, you swing your weapon. The blade flashes through the monster's throat. Merciless, perfect aim. It would appear that you are quite accustomed to killing. You wipe the blood off your weapon. As you do, you notice a shadow in the distance. Another monster, perhaps? Silently, you creep up on the shadow and bring your blade down on it with practiced speed. But the shadow nimbly evades your strike and runs off. Whatever the shadow was, it was taken aback by your unexpected assault. It looks like it ran off in the direction of the spire near the village. You stand before the Spirit Spire, said to have been erected to protect the island. Yet with the villagers having accepted ruination, it now stands forlorn, an edifice without a purpose. This place, so named for the spirits themselves, is one that the villagers do not enter. Despite this, you say to yourself, "I have to get rid of the monster," and decide to profane the place with your presence. There are some words etched into the door, but they are weathered and difficult to read. Worried though you are about whatever the words might say, you nonetheless try pushing the handle. With some protest, the door groans open. You spy the shadow of the monster you encountered earlier. Your insight that it had taken refuge in the spire has proven a good one. The shadow notices your presence and flies off at blinding speed. You can't help but admire the rapid escape, though it looks like you're back to chasing after a shadow. You survey your surroundings, relying on the shafts of sunlight filtering in through the windows. However, you're unable to see the monster from where you are. In the back of the large hall, there is an altar, which evinces a sense of deep mystery. The altar is wrought of a strange kind of stone, its surface polished smooth. It looks as though it's meant for use in some important ritual. You approach the altar to check that there are no places for monsters to hide themselves away inside it. In reply to the mysterious and unidentifiable voice that suddenly rent the silence, you ask in a sharp tone, "Who's there?" You strain your ears, trying to make out the broken snippets of words echoing off the chamber walls. After speaking a word that rings familiar to your ears, Laddie, the voice becomes impossible to hear. It cannot be. Could you truly have heard the voice of the spirit from the Maiden's myth passed down on the island? All signs of the monster you were in pursuit of seem to have vanished. For the time being, you decide to return to the village and report your success. When you arrive at the mayor's house, there is a young visitor already there. She looks to be making an impassioned request of Grieth. In a wearied voice, Grieth replies, "There is no longer any maiden in our village." Admonished, the girl leaves the house with disappointment written across her expression. You inform the mayor that you've taken care of the monsters around town. As thanks for completing the job, the mayor hands you a basket of fruit. Oh, good, you think to yourself. Another day, another basket of fruit.
I'm not sure if that's how the saying goes, but okay.
You re-enter the grotto and announce your return. On a normal day, Laddie would already have zipped over to greet you. But today, nothing. You walk over to Laddie and discover that she is sound asleep. Life in the grotto is not one of creature comforts. Rather, a fair few inconveniences. You've tried several times to bring Laddie to the village, but she was adamantly opposed on every occasion. You sometimes catch glimpses of her face while she sleeps. Always it is contorted in anguish, as though she is in the throes of a terrible nightmare. You notice a bulky book lying open next to Laddie, filled with carefully drawn words and images. It seems to be some kind of picture book that Laddie made herself. You know, I confess, I am unable to overcome your curiosity. You decide to take a look at the picture book. Beside evocative images of deep forests and towering mountain ranges, Laddie has written a story patterned after the Maiden's myth. The picture book's story is set in a small village replete with nature. The village enjoys the promise of peace and tranquility, thanks to the young woman born to be the Maiden. The Maiden goes before the altar to perform a ritual, which invokes the power of a great spirit to protect the village. You look over the artwork, a spitting recreation of the altar you saw in the spire, and think back on the mysterious voice. The voice claimed it was a spirit, and you're certain it spoke Laddie's name. You were so caught up in the thoughts racing through your head that you failed to notice Laddie had awakened. Laddie seems embarrassed that you've seen her book. Tears prick the corners of her eyes. If Laddie were indeed the Maiden, it would be no exaggeration to call her the very light of hope, a protective force that could save the island from its encroaching ruin. With faint expectation tightening your chest, you consider taking her to the altar in the spire. You've given Laddie some of the fruit you brought back. She dreamily stuffs some of it into her mouth. Maybe she likes it. You hope so. Your stomach rumbles as you watch her, and together, the two of you enjoy a light meal.
Laddie is gonna be best girl. There's been lots of best girls, lots of waifus in this game.
You take Laddie with you and return to the spire. As you approach the entrance of the spire, the staff that Laddie clutches close begins to emit a faint light. Seeing
Is there another
the
yeet
mysterious
houseless?
light, you are convinced Laddie has a deep connection to the spire. Her expression uneasy. Laddie takes hold of your sleeve with a tentative touch.
Thanks for the good luck, good luck. Still in the early game, so gonna need that good luck for later.
You stand before the altar once more, bathed in an air of mysticism. The light emitting from Laddie's staff intensifies, as if indicating its destination. In response to the enigmatic voice, Laddie's staff exudes a dazzling light. A spirit appears right before your eyes. Well, maybe it's a spirit? It's some kind of strange stuffed animal.
I am the spirit, caw.
The stuffed toy seems to be affecting a voice of considerable gravitas and choking itself in the process. This creature is called Lack. Though you cannot be certain it speaks the truth, it claims to be a spirit. You approach, hoping to ask about the Maiden. But with blinding speed, Lack zooms behind Laddie, putting her between you as a shield. You're the one from before, Lack says, quaking.
Look at the little lack on her shoulder.
It would appear that you're mistaking the creature for a monster, and doggedly chasing after it has made it rather afraid of you. You hold out an offer of reconciliation, and Lack takes it and immediately starts munching away. Between bites, it says, "You've got some good taste there." You're not really sure if the make good worked out, but in any event, Lack looks willing to listen to you now. You ask about the Maiden once more, and Lack begins to talk a lot. It seems to enjoy doing so. just as the Maiden's myth handed down amongst the denizens of the island suggests, it explains, Laddie was indeed born to be the Maiden here. However, she was unable to take up her role. This has caused no small amount of distress over the island's inevitable destiny to sink beneath the raging waves. Lack concludes with a proposal. How's about you go and meet with the other maidens and fetch the Maiden's relics? As you had hoped, Laddie appears to be the key to the island's salvation. This island is not the only one home to a spirit. There are islands throughout this archipelago, and upon each dwells one of the 4 maidens who govern their own spirit. The self-proclaimed spirit explains that if you bring the Maiden's relics that each of these maidens possess back to this spire, Laddie will be able to become a maiden herself. Laddie shows the staff in her hand, wearing an expression that seems to say, "This is a Maiden's relic." If Laddie becomes a maiden and performs the Maiden's ritual at the altar, the island can be saved. You ask, should we kill the maidens and steal the relics? Laddie shakes her head rapidly, as if to insist that you definitely should not do that.
I don't know why you would even suggest that.
As Lack
so out of character.
Each maiden has an attendant, an escort, and protector. This would make it difficult to take the relics by brute force. The world-changing immensity of what you have just learned echoes in your mind. It takes you a little while to fully digest it. But it does just so happen you've been readying a seaworthy vessel for your own purposes. You accept Lack's proposal to help Laddie become a maiden. So, you want me to poof you back to the entrance?
Yes, please.
You decide to make for the spire's exit. Accompanied by your new allies, you make to enter the village. But Laddie seems to find something about this idea disagreeable and clings to a tree nearby, refusing to budge. "Oh, I got this one," says Lack, evidently with some kind of plan in mind. The fluffy creature begins to chant a sort of mysterious spell. Suddenly, Laddie's face is transformed into that of an odd old man's. Laddie touches her transformed visage and then gives a thumbs up, perhaps as if to say, "Good job. You are a god." But Laddie looks sideways at you as she walks into the village, her identity now safely hidden. This is your home. A desk pushed up near the wall is adorned with an unfurled map and a scattering of books. The navigation map is of your own design and depicts the various islands in this region of the sea. It contains information on the maidens of those nearby islands, called
Yeah, I can skip the story by
and the tales of
smashing the
passing
button.
travelers.
But that's not the purpose of the story percent
Before
run.
all of this, you had found yourself unable to merely sit and watch the village's decline.
I just don't want to be mashing.
So planned a voyage to seek aid.
And this is also to get a better idea in the time-wise for the really lots of lore submission.
After popping into the back room,
If I was to skip
you
through
emerged
this, we would have this
careful
run done in
polished
about
ship's wheel.
5 or 6
and
hours
presented to
instead
your
of like
companions.
12. And then yesterday when we did
It is the
the
final
first Voice of
piece
Cards
the
game, we would have had it
story
finished in around
brought
3 hours instead of 6.
With it, you will finally be able to set sail on the voyage you have dreamed of for so long.
I mean, the game's pretty much fully narrated
but
and
before you
voiced,
set
so
sail, you decide to stop in at the mayor's.
we're just letting the narrator do their job. Yeah, it's a lot of lore. Yeah, that makes it perfect for really, really lots of lore. Nice, chill, and comfy.
Greeth's eyes fall over the unfamiliar face behind you. And who do we have here? At your quick response, Greeth blinks a few times in confusion. His eyes dart back and forth between the pair of you, as though his brain is putting together the pieces of a complex puzzle. At length, he offers a deep nod. You'll need to clear up the misunderstanding later. Changing the subject, you explain to the mayor that you'll be leaving the village for a little while.
Oh, I know why he gave me a weird look, because it's an old man, and I said that they were my girlfriend. Okay, that makes more sense now.
The mayor, with his love of the village, would see you off with a smile. And yet the moment you explain that you found a man
I'm happy with that either way.
the island,
Lottie, best girl.
his attitude changes like the fickle sea winds, and he voices opposition to your journey. This island is destined to meet its end, he says. You can practically sense him digging his feet in. You cannot fathom why he, the mayor of the village, would believe something like that. Though each of you hold the island in your hearts, you cannot reconcile the difference of opinion. Like lovers going their separate ways after an acrimonious spat, it looks as though you will be setting out on bad terms. You believe that your desire to save the island will prove to be the right perspective.
Alright, we're almost out of prologue.
Your ship, your trusted companion, once a mere wrecked husk that you labored to bring back to life with months of sweat and toil. You climb up to the stern, and with every bit of care you can muster, you attach the wheel. The final stroke upon the canvas. At last, your ship is finished. The vessel's design is patterned after a great whale. There are a number of mismatched parts, but that particular quirk only makes you love it all the more. As you look over your handiwork, you realize that your companion on this upcoming journey will need a name. What would a fitting name be, you ponder? Laddie tears a page from her book and then scribbles a name down on it. In her small handwriting is written, The Bon Vent. According to Lag, the words are a kind of prayer in the language of the spirits for safe passage when bidding one farewell on a long journey. A farewell said before long journeys. The words could make a fitting appellation for your ship. You're unsure of just how much you ought to trust Lack, or his skill with words, but nonetheless, decide to go with Laddie's suggestion. Together, you load up the Bon Vent with the necessary provisions. Preparations for your departure are now finished. You throw your hands upon the ship's wheel and shout, "Weigh anchor!" with gusto. Your voyage has begun.
Alright, prologue's done. Time for chapter 1.
Though your ship had long since forgotten the taste of seawater, it nonetheless cuts through the waves like a fillet knife through fresh fish. It is your first sea voyage. Laddie's eyes glitter as she looks out at the horizon, stretching ever onward over the endless blue expanse. She opens up your homemade navigation map, checking the locations of the islands where the other maidens live. On the island to the south of here lives a beauteous maiden garbed in azure robes, as though the sky itself is wrapped around her. After closing up the map, you grasp the wheel like a familiar old friend and tell the ship where you'd like to go. You now have free rein to sail across the sea as you see fit. New tales await you when you put into port on an island where a maiden dwells.
Alright. So we're going to be heading south. We can kind of do a lot of the chapters out of order, but we're going to be heading south. We're going to be doing the Azure Maiden first.
Fight him off. You spot something blown into the sky from a whale's spout. It looks like you steer the boat out of the falling object's trajectory. It hits the water and sinks below the waves. Oh, excuse me.
I believe this is where we want to go.
You cross the sea and arrive at the South Isle. On the South Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in blue. The decision is in your hands.
Visit the Coven village south of the docks outside. Oh yeah, we have the dock on the island, never mind.
Very well then. Prepare to go ashore. Bright rays of sunlight beam down onto the warm South Isle. Something about the place.
What are you going on about
reminds you
their
of the
house?
refreshing cool
What
of
do
the ocean.
you mean?
After weighing anchor and docking your ship at the pier, you go ashore. Utterly exhausted from hours at the helm, you stretch your legs for a moment, then open up your map.
The way he was explaining the boat.
Once you have your heading, you and the others make for the village of Coveton in the south. Okay, now let's go. Fight 'em off.
So he's gonna deal 6 damage. It's not enough.
So hot, you grumble, as you use your shirt to fan yourself. Wondering how Laddie is holding up, you turn and see her squeezing a blue ball of fluff tightly. She begins to rub her cheek against it. From the elated look in her eyes, you can only guess how cooling it must feel. But the sight sends shivers down your spine. Laddie, that's a monster, you shout, readying your weapon. Don't hold back.
Yeah, it happens is like right away in this game too, compared to the first game. So we're gonna detour for a side
This
quest.
must be a Stela of the Isle's guardian spirit.
There's a side quest we're gonna do here.
You spy a parcel on the roadside. As you pick it up, you are enveloped in a wonderful aroma. Inspecting the parcel, you read its intended destination was Coveton. You know not its contents, but will you complete its delivery? You decide to deliver it on your way and tuck the parcel into your bag.
There'll be a repercussion for doing this side quest later.
A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode. The bizarre rock transformed into a fear rock. The only way out of this fight is through it. And
we're just gonna run away because we can't kill that. And then there's a chest behind here that we need. We can head back to town.
the village floats in the center of a cove. The gentle lapping of waves fills the air. Coveton seems like a peaceful place, far removed from conflict. As you enter the village, you're greeted by an unusual sight. A paper doll flitters about like a bird above a man's hand. The man sees your curious gazes and explains that he animates it with a magic charm. He claims that all the villagers use such spells to enrich their lives. At your straightforward question, the man appears to be at a loss for words. Now, where could she be? He murmurs. Though the maiden isn't here now, you know for certain that one lives in the village. You thank the man, then resume your search for the maiden.
Alright, so we're gonna go talk to the boy west of the docks. I believe it's here.
Face contorted in concentration, the young boy deftly folds a piece of paper into the shape of a bird. You ask him about the maiden. I saw her at the Maiden shrine, he says, as he tosses the paper bird into the air. Wonder of wonders, the paper bird flaps its wings and flies about, showing you where the Maiden shrine is.
Okay, so we gotta go to the well-dressed woman to turn in the side quest.
Having arrived in Coveton, a woman asks you, "Are you the postman?" You shake your head no. She says she's been waiting forever at the village entrance for a delivery.
If we got an encounter while we had
Show
the
her the
delivery,
parcel
we'd
you
have
picked
another
up.
option to use, but
That's
we
what
don't.
I've been waiting for. It seems the parcel contained an exotic perfume she ordered. While dancing a jig in celebration of her long-awaited perfume, she hands you a gratuity for carrying it all this way.
So we'll see the repercussion for this side quest a bit later. Because we didn't get an encounter before getting to her, which is fine. Now we're just gonna head to the Shrine Maiden. Or the shrine here. Talk to the couple.
At the heart of the shrine, you see a young woman and man discussing something in earnest. The woman's name is Phila. She is, without a doubt, the maiden shouldering the Isle's fate. The man's name is Hyde. He is the maiden's wise attendant. Excuse me. I need to speak with the maiden, you say, interjecting yourself into their conversation. Phila whirls to you and asks, "Which do you think is cuter?" Though you're baffled by the sudden and unrelated question, she doesn't miss a beat and shows you a seashell in each of her hands. Caught in the moment, you mumble an unexpected answer beneath your breath. You quickly realize your mistake and look around when... "Oh my," Phila remarks bashfully. Hyde simply gives a "huh" in response. Laddie looks off into the distance, her lips pursed as if whistling, though no sound comes out. Lack, annoyed for some reason, seems on the verge of rebuking you. Apparently, the
I don't even know what
attendant
rebuking
had
means.
wagered on which shell was cuter. You had heard about the Azure Maiden from the villagers, but now you see for yourself that she's quite the free-spirited woman. You explain to them why you've come and ask if Phila will lend you her maiden's relic. Despite knowing the circumstances, Hyde tells you that things just aren't that simple. You take a deep breath and prepare to persuade them when... "I'll let you borrow it. If you help me find the pirate's treasure, Fila says. She explains that there are rumors of pirate treasure hidden within the crystal cave southeast of the village. Pirates, you murmur. You think about it for a moment, but with little other choice, you agree to help. You never change, sighs Hyde. But Fila pays him no mind as she prepares to embark on the adventure.
Alright, so we need to go to the armor shop.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
And we need to buy a simple breastplate for Laddie. Right? Yes. Or, no, not steel. Hold on. Static glaive. Find equip. Gotta make sure I follow my notes. And then we want to buy the steel breastplate and equip that to Laddie. Oh, never mind. We equipped the wrong character. Whatever. I'll fix that after.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
Okay. I need to fix that equipment because I messed that up. Alright, so we need to... I don't have a simple... Oh yeah, he has the simple breastplate, so I'm swapping this to her. Yeah. So I'll give her slightly more armor. That's it. Okay. Then we can leave.
All right. Things have taken a very lively turn, haven't they?
We're going this way, I believe.
Fight him off.
We want to try to get to level 5. Oh, no, that's not the right way. This way. There we go.
The Crystal Cave teems with the stones that give it its name. They say the intermittent echo of water droplets is the sound of more crystals forming. Your party and Fila have become fast friends on the road to the cave. Though Laddie seems somewhat nervous to finally have a female friend her age, she looks happy nonetheless. The loose-lipped Fila tells you all sorts of details about her life, including the fact that she and Hyde are lovers. Hyde seems on edge about her blasé divulgences. You give him a pat on the shoulder, quietly sympathizing with him.
Alright, so we gotta go west for healing item.
Excellent.
go north here.
You come across a large boulder. You aren't sure where it fell from, but some of it is submerged in the waterway and is obstructing the water's flow. The 5 of you rally together, then push, and the boulder sinks into the water, stopping its flow completely. It looks like you have a new path to tread now. Fila hugs Hyde in her excitement. He blushes in embarrassment and reminds her that others are watching. At their public display of affection, Laddie covers her face with her hands, but peeks at them through her fingers.
So now we can head back to the entrance here, and there'll be a chest that we can access.
And fight. Show 'em what you got. Magnificent.
This. And then we head back this way. Fortune favors the bold. And fight.
Just as you're about to open the chest, Fila interjects. I didn't tell you, but they say the treasure is protected by the pirate's ghost, she admits with a tremble in her voice. Laddie's face goes pale, and she squeezes Lack in her arms. The poor thing looks like it's in pain. I'm just kidding, Fila says cheerfully. But then, who goes there? A voice echoes through the cavern. My treasure. Mine. You sense a dangerous aura in the shadow of the chest and immediately prepare for battle.
First mini boss.
And fight.
I forgot bosses resist a lot of status effects. It's fine. Oh, we got poison on him because he heals every turn because he's a scaly.
Magnificent. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Nice. Did a very good job of that fight.
After the battle, you finally reach what looks to be pirate treasure. Your hundreds of colorful seashells filling it to the brim. The room falls quiet as everyone stares at the chest with abject dejection, realizing the stories were no more than rumor. After a long moment of sulking, you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She points to the rocky wall behind the chest. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there's a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Don't hold back.
Damn.
A droplet of water falls. Once the ripples upon the surface still, it feels as though time stops. All a beautiful underground lake, its waters glimmering like crystal, stretches out before you in the cave's depths. Your collective breaths are taken away as you gaze upon the dazzling sight. The lake's light reflects in Fila's eyes, and she gently takes Hyde's hand in hers. "I'm so happy we can see this together," she whispers. Though you had come to the cave in search of treasure, you found something far more precious. You return to Coveton, basking in the afterglow of such a marvelous discovery. You arrive back at Coveton safe and sound. Ta-da, Fila says suddenly, pulling a crystal out of her pocket. Apparently, she took it from the cave so that Hyde could make them matching couples charms. With a sigh, her attendant agrees and says he will need to borrow the proper tools from the accessory shop. An air of gloom hangs over one corner of the village. It would seem someone has died.
Yeah, so this is the repercussion from the side quest that we just finished a little while ago.
Asking a nearby fellow what happened, he explains a woman was attacked and killed by monsters outside the village. Talk is, the woman was wearing perfume from a foreign land that drew the monsters to her. They only discovered it after the fact, but that perfume was actually some sort of juju expressly for attracting monsters.
Yeah, so she put monster perfume on her and she died. She got attacked.
You recall the woman to whom you...
Now the game's gonna make us feel bad about doing the thing.
Even if I didn't know, I'm the one who gave her the perfume, you think regrettably. Laddie gently places a hand to your back. You say a prayer for the woman's repose and quietly take your leave.
Thanks, game, for making me feel sad.
Hyde asks you to wait outside while he enters the shop. Fila strikes up a conversation with Laddie while awaiting the other's return. The endless stream of words makes you wonder when the Maiden has time to breathe. All Fila seems to talk about is Hyde.
Yeah, so if we got that random encounter while we had the package, then we could have completed the quest while not giving it to her, and she would still be alive.
Hyde returns, completed couples charms in hand. The crystal charms look as impressive as any you would find in a shop.
Oh, it's not a bug. No, like, what ends up happening is that you realize, oh, this thing attracts monsters. Maybe we shouldn't give it to her.
His handiwork as the rest of you.
So instead, we get rid of it.
Fila takes one of the charms.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to complete side quests in this game.
To the Maiden's ritual, she says quietly.
Which is a big jump compared to the original game. The first game, anyways. Where there's generally only one option to complete things. Some things in this game you can complete it in a couple different ways.
Hearing the carefree woman speak of the goal of your journey, you can't help but ask for more information. Fila explains that she'll be conducting the Maiden's ritual soon. You wonder if it's all right for them to be gallivanting around like this, considering how important the ritual is to protecting the island. As promised, I'll let you borrow the relic, Fila says, changing the subject. But it's far too important for me to just hand it over to you. So, we're coming with, she smiles. Though it's obvious she's just looking to have some fun, you have no choice but to accept the new term. With the Maiden's relic finally secured, you and your unexpected new allies make for the spire.
Alright, time to head back to Omega Village.
Fila exclaims in excitement as she lays her eyes upon your vessel. How adorable! You grin, knowing full well that it is, and prepare for departure.
Yeah, so if we didn't give her that perfume and she didn't die, she would still be in the town and we could still talk to her, etc. And we wouldn't have gotten the game telling us that, you know, we got somebody killed thing from happening. If that's what you say.
You arrive back on Omega Isle. It's just as you left it, quiet and still, as if awaiting its inevitable destruction.
You just wait, House. There's some moments that actually that might make sense.
How gloomy, Fila remarks. But her softly spoken words are swept away by the sea breeze.
Alright, we're heading to the spire. Oops.
You stand before the Maiden's altar again and ask Lack what you need to do here. Lack explains that Laddie couldn't become a maiden because of a problem in her heart. How would you even begin to solve a problem in someone's heart, you wonder, scratching your head in thought? Just as Lack begins to cast a mysterious spell. As if responding to the spell, the altar begins to glow. Now, go into the light, Lack commands. You do as you're told, having no choice but to obey the self-proclaimed spirit.
Very important to note that the game is telling us it's self-proclaimed spirit.
Swallowed by the light.
That'll be relevant, like,
You gradually get your bearings.
10 hours from
and
now.
your field of vision clears. You're in the spirit spire, or at least you're supposed to be. Something about it strikes you as strange. What happened, you ask Lack? Go outside and you'll see, it replies.
Now the game kind of gets weird. These, like, weird moments are actually pretty cool.
Once outside, you find yourselves in the heart's domain, the birthplace of human emotions. But is it light or darkness at its core? You stand in awe of the world before you. It's entirely black, as if someone took a brush and filled it from corner to corner with dark paint. This is Laddie's heart's domain, Lack says. Lack explains that it's a dream world created by her feelings. You can't believe that this is what's inside Laddie. Sweet, kind Laddie, who wears her heart on her sleeve. Laddie's gaze falls to the floor, perhaps in shock at seeing what's inside of her. Lack points south of the spire. Whatever is eating away at her heart is in that village, it says. Since Lack seems to know the lay of the land, you decide that following its advice is for the best.
But yeah, so out here you can see
This
like
place
stuff's
is
all
seriously
glitchy.
weird, huh?
So there's like very glitchy stuff here.
A stela carved in the spirit's image. What's it doing here?
Where's the village? There it is.
A shadow suddenly appears. It gazes at you with eerie yellow eyes and is cloaked in a hostile aura. You have no choice but to fight.
But yeah, so while we're here in the domain, like everything's all glitchy looking and weird, and like the color gets faded. It's a really neat aesthetic for this area of the game.
Show 'em what you got.
Also, significantly stronger enemies in here as well.
Excellent. Magnificent.
Play I missed. Man, I'm having some bad rolls today. Oh, that was the wrong character. I goofed that one.
The shadow vanishes. But you can't shake the feeling that those final words were spoken in a girl's voice. Anxietown is shaped entirely by Laddie's woes. As such, even the most beautiful blossoms in the village have their thorns.
And the town name is not coincidence, by the way. It's on purpose. So Anxiety Town
Fight 'em
is just the game's way of saying anxiety. So this game's gonna tackle a lot of touchy subjects with personal trauma. And the item rewards in this game are significantly better too than the other games.
The man sighs deeply. When you ask him what's wrong, he laments that he doesn't know what gift will help him win a certain woman's favor. For some reason, the man's expression immediately contorts into one of fear. Suddenly, the man lets out a pained scream and collapses. You see blood-red petals stuffed into his mouth. Okay, what in the world happened here?
Dude got anxiety and died, man.
And fight.
Let's see all of the peoples around here. I forgot where all of the villagers are, but we need to go talk to every single one of them. There's another one.
The woman sighs deeply. When you ask her what's wrong, she laments that she can't find the right words for a love letter to win a certain man's favor. How can I explain my feelings for him? She ponders aloud. Pure like the woman begins, then suddenly looks nauseated. She contorts in pain as she spits something out. It's a flower bulb, one as big as your fist.
Alright, another one dies to flowers. Should be another one over here somewhere.
Hope you win.
I will say the shadows do kind of remind me of like the shades from the original Nier and Replicant. Just ever so slightly, but there's no actual correlation to the Voice of Cards
fight.
games and those ones.
Magnificent.
Should be someone on the other side of here, I think. Yep.
You see a boy searching for something in the bushes. He tells you that he is looking for his runaway cat. He thinks the feline is hiding somewhere in the village, but seems distraught that he hasn't found it yet. Near a flower bed, he repeats, then suddenly bursts into tears. As the boy cries, you realize that what pours down his cheeks aren't tears, but what appear to be flower seeds. Something seems amiss with the village. You had best prepare yourself, for anything could happen in this mysterious realm. After speaking with the villagers, you realize they all live in fear of flowers. Perhaps there's something about the flower beds you're missing. Beautiful flowers are in full bloom, though they seem no different than ordinary blossoms to you. The villagers obviously fear them. Laddie cautiously approaches, trembling with every step when a disquieting voice rings out just as a shockwave hits you. That's a heart scar, Lack shouts. No doubt referring to the ominous light suddenly surrounding the flower beds. It appears to be what's eating away at this world. We have to close it, Fila says. You couldn't agree more, and reach out to touch the scar.
Alright, so we're gonna save just in case. I know the game just did an autosave, but we're gonna be saving. Yes, this one. I think? Yeah. Wait. Okay, we're at decent levels, actually. We're good. Want to make sure. Alright, boss time.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you, and you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
Actual first boss of the game.
Fight him off.
Also like the music in this section as well. Really? I rolled a 1? That is the silliest freaking buff ever. Alright, well, fatal sign him. These get poisoned. Thank you. 21. We'll hit with a regular. These fights in this game are no joke, though, compared to the previous game. Like, all the fights in this game are rough. In the first game, only some of them are a bit rough. Oh, that's heal self. Okay, that doesn't really help me. Poison's gonna be useful though. It's gonna help quite a bit. Kinda want to keep everybody above 15. This boss can kill him otherwise. They like it. Deadly poison is our best friend. I'm getting this healed is not the greatest, but that's fine. Oh yeah, and because you see, I can't do that ability. Okay. We're okay now.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense something. Laddie was born to be a maiden and was prepared to devote herself entirely to the Isle. But her lack of aptitude for the role disappointed everyone in the village. Ever since, bitterness over her shortcomings has festered within the confines of her heart. The shadow vanishes, and you decide to try and heal the heart scar. This is the reason you brought the Azure Maiden with you to this world. The relic must be the key. Lack nods, and Fila holds the Maiden's relic up to the heart scar. You heal the heart scar, restoring the village to its proper self. Your mission fulfilled, you decide to return to the world you came from.
In the later sections when we're in this world, we'll be able to get items from the village after we do this. Or on the way, but in this one I don't think there's any. Not yet, anyways.
You see other areas painted black in the distance, and wonder if there may yet be other heart scars. Lack says that you'll need permission from Laddie to explore those places. Laddie looks puzzled. Apparently, not even she knows what's going on inside her heart. Lack's strange chant once again opens a door of light. It seems this altar is the bridge connecting the real world and the heart's domain. You make it safely back to the real world, but can barely wrap your heads around your surreal experience in the heart's domain. Laddie is fast asleep. You can only imagine how spiritually exhausting it must have been for her to be forced to have a change of heart like that. What an adventure, Fila exclaims, apparently thrilled to have had such a strange experience before the ritual. You thank the Azure Maiden for letting you borrow her precious relic. While doing so, you realize that Laddie will also have to do the ritual someday if she becomes a maiden. You ask Fila if it would be possible for you to attend the maiden's ritual. She seems unsure at first, but eventually agrees to let you come.
Alright, we're gonna go get a lightning ring from a shipwreck now. Don't hold back. Yeah, so the one other difference with this game compared to the other game, to the first Voice of Cards, is that this game is a lot easier on the beginning, but significantly harder as we go through the rest of the game. So it kind of ramps up quite a bit as we go deeper and deeper with it. Alright, so we're looking for the shipwreck. Oops. Oh my god. There we go.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful. Lack trembles and whispers. This place feels haunted. A tingle runs down your spine.
We don't want to
And your little
continue
hairs
exploring
stand on end.
because there's a tough
You
fight
decide
here,
to hightail it
and
out
we'll
of
die to it. But we just want the ring. And then we're gonna go back to Kofton and then stay at the inn.
I'm back, Fila exclaims cheerfully to the unsurprised gazes of her fellow villagers. They seem well accustomed to her gallivanting off on some adventure or another. Hyde suggests that you get some rest before the ritual, so you head to the inn. That night at the inn, you get to thinking about the ritual. It's a right to protect the island, one passed down through generations of maidens. If Laddie becomes one, she'll have to do the same. Laddie, paying you no mind, gobbles down her food, occasionally choking on bread. Well, Sweet dreams. Fila and Hyde await you outside the inn. They tell you that in order to conduct the ritual, they have to visit the altar where the spirit is enshrined. To do so, you must go off the southern shore of the island. A crowd of villagers gathers as your party is about to leave Coveton. A villager hands Fila a talisman shaped like a fish. He says that it contains a spell to help you along the way to the altar and a wish for the ritual success. The villagers shower Fila with warm words of encouragement. It appears the free-spirited Maiden's smile has uplifted the villagers' hearts. Thank you for always watching over me, she says, with the same bright smile as always.
Alright, since we uncovered the place already, we can just go here.
When you arrive at the shore, Hyde speaks. Now we go underwater. Hyde explains that the talisman the townspeople gave them contains magic that allows you to breathe underwater. Hyde explains that the temple where the ritual is carried out is underwater. That's why. Hyde sees that you still have your doubts. Let me show you instead, he says, then activates the magic talisman. Come on, follow me, Fila exclaims cheerfully. She and Hyde both dive underwater without a moment's hesitation. Laddie looks at the water apprehensively, and you can see her pondering her ability to swim. Before she can drown in self-doubt, though, you take her hand and follow Fila and Hyde's lead. Stop, we'll drown, Lack shouts, but you pay it no mind. Life seems to be one odd experience after the next lately. Though you're underwater, you can breathe. You inhale deeply, but only air fills your lungs. Laddie stares in wide-eyed wonder at the colorful coral reef and myriad fish swimming about. You find the seabed temple resting quietly at the bottom of the ocean. It's now a peaceful haven for sea creatures. Fight 'em off.
This part kind of sucks because a lot of our water damage attacks are just not gonna work against, like, all the enemies in here. I missed. Come on. I really hate that skill. Just the fact that an enemy can have the skill that halves your HP is kind of ridiculous.
From the window, you can see the few rays of sunlight that reach the sea floor, undulating in the current. Despite being submerged, the temple is filled with air. You can't help but wonder if this is the power of the spirit at work. In her ever-cheerful way, Fila explains that this is where Azure Maidens undertake the ocean trials. "Let's get going," she exclaims. Hyde watches as she leads the way, concern apparent in his eyes.
Alright, so we need to go down here to get another ring. Now we're going to equip those. So Numbstay and then lightning on Laddie.
And fight.
Now we're looking for a door. There it is.
The door is sealed tight. The image of a crystal is carved into it. On further inspection, you see words inscribed as well, but they're faint. You can make out the words, "Touch the Stela." This must be the trial, Fila murmurs. You decide to look for clues to help her open the door. A crystal is carved into the stela. Maybe I have to do it because it's my trial, Fila says, reaching out toward the stela. Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light. But the area remains silent. There is no indication that the door has opened. "Let me try again," Fila says, touching the stela once more. This time, the light dissipates. She then panics and replaces her hand on the stela, causing the light to return. It appears the stela can be illuminated and darkened by the Azure Maiden's hand. You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the crystal door being unlocked. Past the crystal door is yet another door. On this one is a carving of a temple. A temple is carved into the stela. You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the temple door being unlocked. There's a map carved into the door. Realizing that there is no keyhole, you figure it must be sealed by a mysterious power. You recognize the pattern from your own map. This is the south aisle, you say. From behind you, you hear a door open. Sounds like we're being invited in, Fila remarks. You all exchange looks before heading toward the noise.
There'd be a 700
Don't
gold
hold
chest
back.
in the south part of this area. Do I need to heal anybody? Yeah. We'll make sure that we're healing people up and then we're not wasting our actual healing items that we're very limited on, because we haven't bought anything yet, besides armor and weapon. Alright, we got Grand Slice, which is good.
Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light. But you don't hear a door open. There must be some other stela you need to illuminate. Show 'em what you got. Magnificent. When you do, you hear a distant sound. There's no doubt the door with the map carving has opened.
Alright, so for this one, second from the top on the left. And fourth on the right. Or, never mind, that's the wrong one. I don't remember what the harpy's weak to. I hope it's lightning. It might just be wind again. Yeah.
Fortune
No,
favors the bold.
it is wind. Oh, it's still wind. Okay, that's fine. Just get these guys all weaked up, and then we can just nuke them, hopefully with Philia. Hopefully she doesn't miss. Yeah, second on the left, then first on the left. I almost read the wrong puzzle, so second on the left.
A star is carved in the center of the aisle.
That's the right.
You decide that this isn't the Stela you're looking for, and try to find another.
Second on the left.
A sun is carved on the east side of the aisle.
Yeah. Okay. I couldn't tell the difference between
But nothing
east
seems
versus
to
west.
change. There must be other Stela
Alright.
you need to illuminate.
And then first on the left.
A moon is carved on the west side of the aisle. You illuminate 2 Stela, but the path remains closed. There must be other Stela you need to illuminate.
And then bottom right. Oh, that's the wrong one. There's more below. What?
A boat is carved in the center of the aisle.
Why do I have that saying lighthouse, but it's a star? Did I just mislabel that? Alright, well, we'll see what happens, because if I screw this
It
up,
begins to shake.
I'm gonna have a problem.
The maiden steps back,
Yeah, I
just
screwed up.
as the Stela transforms into a monster and charges at you.
I'm stupid.
And
God, now I gotta fight this thing. Okay. Let's buff. This is not gonna go well, but we'll try. Yeah, I messed up. That was my bad. I somehow have this written wrong.
it appears some monsters mimic Stela here, Hyde remarks calmly, despite the battle you just fought. Right, you reply. Then steel yourself as you continue your Stela search.
So it's this one then?
When Phila touches the Stela, it transforms into a monster and charges at you.
Excuse me? What am I missing here?
Fight him off.
Am I just not understanding my own notes here? Second left, first moon right. That's what I did. Is there more down here? Oh my god, there is more down here. Oh my god, I feel so stupid.
Magnificent.
Oh. Another case of me not reading my notes correctly. Would be this one, I guess?
A lighthouse is carved in the center of the aisle.
Yeah, so this is the lighthouse one I was looking for. I said I have in my notes bottom right, but it's actually bottom left.
Stela gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light.
So I'm gonna update that.
You can hear something crumbling. Then suddenly, seawater begins rushing into the room.
Alright, this is gonna be a boss fight. Or a mini boss, sorry.
As if the water isn't bad enough,
It's gonna be some
a gigantic,
stronger
terrifying
serpents.
snake-like figure comes with it. The water threatens to knock you off balance, but you steady yourselves and prepare for battle. And fight!
Oh, I feel so dumb that I kind of messed that up, but oh well. We didn't suffer too badly from it.
Magnificent.
Need to heal. Do I need to heal now?
Don't worry. Their coffin card...
Yeah, I know they're only knocked out. Thanks, Game Master.
Once the battle ends, the rushing waters calm. The trial in this room seems to be over. You might be able to find the path onward now.
Need to... okay, let's see what we have for healing. And all allies. Should be good.
The wall itself opens up like a door, revealing a room behind it. You wonder if this is where the water and monster from earlier were hiding. This door has been passed through for the ocean trials many a time. There are no words carved into it. You hear a mysterious voice echoing in your head. And then the door opens, as if inviting the maiden in.
Alright, I hope you're ready for a lot of sad coming up, because we're in for a lot of sad. Alright, so there is a chest behind here we want. And then we'll examine the altar.
You stand before the altar, where the ritual will take place. Grateful for helping her pass the ocean trials, Fila speaks to you and your allies one by one.
But yeah, as you can see, a lot longer chapters than the first game, that's for sure.
We always had the best conversations, she tells Laddie with a smile. Laddie returns the gesture.
But now, sad time.
Thank you for showing me a strange new world.
Get ready with your sad emotes.
Blushes ever so slightly.
This game has a lot more sad than the first game, I'll tell you that much.
Finally, the Azure Maiden turns toward you with an earnest look in her eyes. Protect Laddie, she tells you.
Like, this game doesn't hold back. It does things in a very unexpected way with the sad.
Fila sees through your evasive reply and smiles, knowing that she can trust you. Before the ritual, the two hold each other without a word, sharing in their mutual warmth. The scene before you almost breaks your heart. It's as if the two are saying their final farewells. Fila climbs atop the altar, and the maiden's relic begins to shine, as if responding to the altar amidst the dazzling light. The Azure Maiden turns to you and speaks.
Look at, she's so happy, but so sad. I'm gonna start crying.
With those words, Fila transforms into light and journeys to where the spirit dwells. Her ceaseless smile remains on her face until the very last moment. The tears on her cheeks, however, tell a different story. The Azure Maiden's relic clatters to the altar. The ritual is over. Silence fills the room. Fila, the Azure Maiden, is gone. The sacrificial maiden's ritual, conducted to protect the island, has claimed her. You shift your gaze toward Laddie
What a way to grow up.
and wonder if she embarked on this journey
Just to have your
knowing
life
this
end
harsh
while
truth.
you're still very, very young. All to protect all the other people that probably don't give a shit.
A voice breaks the silence. The Azure attendant's spiteful laughter reverberates throughout the room. Neither you nor Laddie can hide how shaken the man's sudden transformation has you. You had expected sadness, not this.
What do you mean by kinda dark?
Your voice quivers as you ask. Hyde doesn't hesitate to answer your fearful question. Hyde tells you that the village forced him to be the Maiden's attendant, regardless of his wishes. Attendants must follow the village customs and continue to serve the spirit summoned by the Maiden during the ritual for their entire lives. Becoming an attendant forced him to give up on his childhood dream of becoming an accessory craftsman. Because of that, he abhorred the Azure Maiden from the bottom of his heart. Even so, he continued to play the role of the smiling lover that Fila desired. Hyde raises his fist overhead to smash his couple's charm, indelibly stained with his deep-seated feelings of hatred. But he cannot bring himself to throw it down. The words of the sprightly young Azure Maiden echo in his mind. He had been bewitched by her magical smile.
Alright, that's the end of
The
chapter 1.
cries of the Azure attendant, filled with both hatred and sorrow, reverberate through the halls of the Seabed Temple, forever and ever.
What a sad way to end chapter 1. This game always these games always get me. Like, I literally felt like I was about to cry there. Like, it's rough knowing that shit happens. I loved Fila. Fila was a good character. She was so happy. Memories of friendship.
Hyde says, "Leave me be." Your group leaves him and reemerges from the depths of the sea. Laddie grips Fila's Maiden's relic in hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be... When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Heroes.
I love the fact that narrator makes a
in the
mistake
Western Ocean.
and just continues.
You call out to Laddie, who is gazing forlornly at the Maiden's relic. and your group returns to your journey.
Alright, so we now have Thunder Strike. Alright, leave the South Isle, yep. Time to leave.
It appears the sea has undergone a change while you were adventuring with the Azure Maiden. The route to the western seas has opened. Now you can look for a way onto the isle where the Maiden lives.
Alright, so we're gonna be heading west, but I gotta go all the way back up to Mega Isle and then head west from here. I, yet again, didn't see what that was, so we're just going to dodge it. And a shipwreck for 500
You
gold.
discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful. When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea. I don't know what it is. And fight.
Really? You had to go and seal me? Your journey across the sea has taken you to the West Isle. On the West Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in red. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The West Isle's parched, russet-colored expanse greets you. The bones of weaker travelers strewn about it, as both welcome and warning. Alright, time for the Crimson Maiden.
You dock your ship at the pier and set foot ashore.
Arguably,
Let's
this
take the
particular
deep
chapter
direction
is
of the Bonfont,
not as sad as
as if
the rest of
thanking it
them.
for safely delivering everyone to land. You consult your navigation map once more to confirm your
I would say that
location
this one's actually
and
happy,
resolve to head through the gorge
in a way.
toward Hero's Dominion.
But the other ones we'll be doing after this, oh boy, dude, they get real dark and real sad. Alright, so we're heading to the southwest edge to look for a chest.
Laddie appears to have found something on the
And
roadside.
then we're picking up the side quest here.
You look where she is pointing and spot a small drawstring pouch lying on the ground. Inside the pouch is a simple but beautiful necklace. Laddie's eyes light up at the sight of it. You gently place the necklace around Laddie's neck. Though she initially looks confused, when you say, "It looks nice on you," her cheeks flush slightly and she smiles. A well-to-do looking old man calls out to you. Care to try your luck? You decline the old man's offer and hurry on your way. The bizarre rock transformed into a gold
Good.
rock.
That's nice, actually, for once. Oops.
From out of nowhere, a sweet fragrance. There's a reasonably sized stone at your feet. A precise doing nothing. You take your leave.
There's a lot of random events I'm getting this time around.
A thief appears. The brigand points at Laddie's simple necklace and yells, "Give that back." He continues, insisting in a rather courteous tone. That necklace was something I stole from an accessory shop in Hero's Dominion. As the thief would have you believe, he pilfered the bauble from the shop and then dropped it in the midst of his escape. He's been looking for it ever since. He grabs for it and tries to wrench it off Laddie's throat. You've no choice but to fight to defend your ally.
So this encounter is part of the side quest that we just picked up.
You look down at the thief, splayed flat on the ground, and say a few words of admonishment. If you take anything away from this, let it be that you should stop plying the pilfering trade. The brigand seems to regret what he's done and cries back, "Please listen. I want to return the stolen necklace to the shop I took it from." You believe the thief's tears of regret are genuine, so you take the simple necklace from Laddie and hand it over. The thief bows his head deeply and then heads off in the direction of Hero's Dominion. You happen to look down and spot a dingy charm on the ground. It seems the thief dropped it as he left. On the back of the charm is a child's writing. "Daddy, do your best at work." Kind of prone to dropping things, isn't he? You utter, somewhat flabbergasted, as you slip the charm into your pack. You make your way through the gorge, its walls of russet stone towering above you. It too is littered with the bones of fallen warriors and their sandblasted blades. Unnerved, you steal only brief glances at them as you charge ahead, but you notice Laddie regards them with a certain sadness. No one says a word for quite some time. "Isn't that the Dominion?" Lack chirps from its resting place in Laddie's hood, breaking the silence. Indeed, the gorge gives way to a large basin, at the center of which presumably lies Hero's Dominion. Laddie wipes the sweat from her brow and shuffles toward a nearby rock to sit down. "Stop! That's a monster!" you shout. Too late to prevent it from attacking poor Laddie. In one swift blow, a wild-eyed boy strikes the monster down. "You all right?" he barks, turning to Laddie. Unfortunately, it seems the enemy was not alone. More of them appear behind you, closing in fast. A man's voice emerges from the helmet and suit of armor before you. "Those worthy of being Maiden must never let their guard down, Lavia," it chides. "I know, Gladio. I know," the boy grimaces. What luck! It appears you've bumped into the Crimson Maiden completely by chance, which would make this Gladio fellow, in all the armor, the Crimson Attendant. This is all terribly convenient. You thank the duo for saving Laddie, and explain that you will have need of the Maiden's relic if they'd be so kind as to lend it to you. The Crimson Maiden appears startled by your sudden request. "Apologies, but we're in a hurry," he says curtly. Apparently, a foul beast the Dominion uses for blood sport has escaped, and it has fallen to the Crimson Maiden to recapture it. Unwilling to let these two out of your sight after such a fortuitous meeting, you agree to help them track the beast down. You find a beast lurking in the shadows of the valley, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. It glares at you. Seems you're not getting out of this without a fight. Fight him off.
My god, getting that roll is super hard. Really?
Your stance keeps slipping. Gladio hisses at Lavia as soon as the final blow's been struck. "Sorry," Lavia shoots back, and resumes scanning the area for monsters.
Another one around here somewhere. We need to heal Via. We'll just use this.
You find a beast huddled in a small burrow in the rock wall, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. Nevertheless, it is not happy to have an intruder in its home, and attacks. The party readies for battle. Don't hold back.
Oh my god, wrong character. Alright, so next one we encounter is going to be a boss, I believe. Yeah, they're over here. I've got to make a save here just in case.
You find a beast and immediately raise your sword to it, but it does not so much as flinch. Upon further inspection, it looks like a falling rock or something has crushed the poor creature's life right out of it. It's dead, Lavia says flatly. Lack and Laddie suddenly exhale, hands pressed to their chests in relief. Gladio, sensing an imminent threat, tells everyone to be on their guard. The clanking of heavy chains precedes the appearance of a massive beast. Blood drips from the iron hammers clutched in its fists. The party grips their own weapons ever tighter, fighting their own looming sense of fear.
Okay, that's not very cool. What does this do again? Plus 20. Okay, yeah, that's... okay.
Magnificent. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Alright, that fight went not too bad.
The Maiden launches one last attack as his attendant strikes the beast with the pommel of his sword. At last, the feral fiend falls silent. Lack and Laddie break out into a round of applause, which Levia greets with a smile and a playful swipe of his nose. "We're not done," Gladio reminds the party. He binds the beast in chains, hoists it up with one hand, and carries it back toward the Dominion.
Damn, Gladio is fucking strong.
You never did get to ask about the Maiden's relic in the end. You follow them back to Hero's Dominion in hopes of rectifying that oversight.
Alright, so we need to do some skill stuff. So Baron, we need stab, air thrust, try attack, grand slice, and thunder strike. And then we'll head to the Dominion.
Hero's Dominion. A place so renowned, stories of it reached you across the vast sea. Levia informs you that the Dominion attracts all manner of warriors who long to prove their strength in battle. There are even more than usual, he says, thanks to the tournament that's due to begin soon. The party makes their way to the arena, eager to return the captured monster to its cage.
We gotta go the accessory shop for the side quest.
Upon entering the shop, Laddie looks surprised and points at something. Following her gesture, you spy the familiar sight of the simple necklace. The owner explains that this necklace had been stolen, but then, wonder of wonders, the very miscreant who made off with it later returned it himself. Suddenly, from the back of the shop, said miscreant shows himself. The one-time thief bows his head self-consciously. Evidently, the owner took a shine to the honest thief and offered him a job working in the shop. You remove the dingy charm from your pack and hand it to the man.
Oh look, the games do have happy moments. Occasionally.
Taking it in hand, he is so overcome with joy that he begins to weep. As it turns out, the charm was a gift from his beloved child. He had been searching for it all this time. He grips the cherished charm tightly, explaining, "I only ever stole to put food on the table for my child." The shop owner proffers something to you, calling it a thank you for helping him meet a man with such an honest heart.
Alright, gemstone ring is huge, which is why we do this. So we're going to be equipping that to Olivia. And then the Ring of Protection to Gladio. And we're going to enter the arena.
Gladio drops the monster in front of the reception desk with a wet, meaty thud. I felled it, Lavia says without hesitation.
I like how it's a card within a
The
card.
man behind the desk says with a hearty laugh. It quickly becomes clear, however, that this compliment was intended for Gladio. Lavia chafes, but at least the beast has been returned. The party makes its way back out of the arena. What's a runt like you come to the arena for? The warriors sneer in Lavia's direction. His blood clearly boiling. Lavia spins around on a heel and raises his fist. Say that one more time, he shouts. Fists raised and eyes locked. You can see they'll come to blows any second now. You reckon Lavia's no match for his opponent and decide to intervene on his behalf. You call out, and the warrior throws a flurry of fists your way. Thankfully, you anticipated this would happen and managed to dodge them cleanly. You punch like you've never punched before. Punch after punch connects with the warrior's arms as he effortlessly deflects each one and hits you with a punch of his own. Enough, Gladio barks by way of intervention. Despite picking the fight in the first place, the warriors show no interest in going up against the attendant. They slink off, complaining bitterly as they do so. By all accounts, Lavia endures rather crude treatment, despite being a maiden. You snap out of your thoughts when Gladio turns and thanks you for aiding in the monster's capture. He tells Lavia to show you to the inn, as if to suggest everyone could use a rest after that fight, and takes his leave.
Where's the inn?
You arrive at the inn, eager to rest. You mention to Lavia once more what brings you to the West Isle. You speak of the current state of Omega Isle and how the Maiden's relics are key to saving the island. Lavia hears your tale in full, only to politely decline your entreaty. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. I'm not the Maiden, he confesses rather abruptly. Lack helpfully explains that since Lavia is not an official Maiden, his relic is no more than an ordinary weapon, and therefore of no help to Laddie. He explains that while it's true he was born into a long line of maidens, he has not been recognized as the Maiden on account of being a man. That his mother, the previous Maiden, fell in battle, and he has simply been named as Maiden to fill the role in the interim. Lavia, his confession complete, bids you farewell and walks off. Clearly, the Maiden's circumstances are as varied as the islands on which they live. black floats in the air, its mouth gently opening and closing. You presume it to be asleep. You lift your hands close to its ear and clap once with vigor. Explosions! Help! We're all gonna die! It shrieks, shooting even further into the air. Laddie sits in the chair, head bobbing, and
I don't know why, but that kind of makes me smile a little bit.
Against sleep. She's no doubt exhausted from all the fighting. Everyone is plainly spent from a day of fighting. The time has come for rest. Enter the Maiden's match with me, Lavia blurts out nonsensically, barreling into your room. It's a special tournament, and it starts soon, Lavia explains breathlessly. As it happens, they'll select the next maiden from the winners. A fitting festival for the might-obsessed hero's dominion, you think. But will they actually recognize Lavia as the next maiden if he wins? Lavia says he simply wants to win the tournament and gaze smugly at all the people who've called him weak over the years. You think back on how the citizens of the Dominion treat Lavia. How hard he works at a dangerous occupation, yet receives no respect for it. You can hear the pain of it in his voice every time he speaks. All right, it's a deal, you say. Besides, fighting people from all sorts of different places sounds like fun. When does it? You begin. But Lavia cuts you off with an excited, tomorrow. The sun is dazzling on this, the morning of the tournament. The clanking of blades echoes all around you. Let's get to reception quick, Lavia chirps as he joins you en route to the arena. Here to pick up a few scars? The man behind the desk asks with a smirk. He begins explaining the rules of the Maiden's match. Participants register in pairs, taking on the roles of maiden and attendant as they fight. Once you're registered, you can go wait in the vestibule, the man explains, gesturing at the far door. What do you think you're doing? The crimson attendant's voice stops you in your tracks. Let's go, Lavia says as he runs through the door, perhaps presuming that Gladio has no business dictating what he can and cannot enter. Immature brat, Gladio sighs, his helmet hiding his expression from view. Even so, you detect a note of worry rather than fury in his voice. We'll show 'em all, Lavia shouts, psyching himself up for the fight. The ringleader's voice echoes off the stone walls of the lobby. Onward to battle.
Make sure that we save here just in case.
Oh, all right. Time to show these jerks what you can do.
Alright, so these two are weak to lightning.
Lavia wipes the sweat from his brow as you approach. You greet him, and he leaps back with a yelp. "Don't sneak up on me like that," he snaps, with no small amount of embarrassment. Ah, youth. Awkward youth.
Alright, round 2. Alright, these enemies are weak to water.
Okay, the only way out is through.
Alright, attack down is kind of bad for us. Can you not do that?
Magnificent. Teamwork, mate. Magnificent. Congrats.
Don't remember if we get full health. Yeah, okay, we do. Good.
If we win this next fight, that's it, Lavia says in quiet awe. Let's wipe those smug looks off everyone's faces, you say by way of encouragement. Yeah, Lavia shouts in response. The ringleader announces the final battle. There's no turning back now.
Save here because this fight could be tough.
Who else should be waiting for you in the final round but the Crimson Attendant? Despite this being a team event, He's battled his way to the final round all by himself. Do your worst, he bellows, striking an intimidating pose. Don't need to tell me twice, Lavia barks back, gripping his sword for dear life and fixing his gaze upon his attendant. Oh, this fight won't be anything like the others.
There's a lot of armor. Yeah, we're getting good rolls there.
The powerful attendant bears down with all his might, but Lavia holds firm. As the pair struggle, a section of the arena wall suddenly blows apart. A familiar beast emerges from the dust and the rubble. One you swear you saw in chains but a day ago. Whipped into a frenzy, the beast whirls a hammer over its head and charges you.
It's angry, very, very angry.
Fortune magnificent.
Nice. That was a good hit. I was a little worried if we didn't get that off.
It has been a brutal struggle. The beast's knees buckle ever so briefly. There's your opening. Time for our special attack. The Crimson Maiden and his attendant bellow in unison. The Crimson Maiden and his stalwart attendant's attack slays the beast. Gladio at last acknowledges the strength hidden within Levia and recognizes him as an equal. Use that strength to fulfill your destiny, Gladio says with the air of a proud father seeing his own son off on an adventure. Levia prepares to address the raucous crowd. He places a hand to his chest, gathers himself for a moment, and begins his speech. He tells of his history with Gladio, who trained him ever since he was a young boy and raised him in place of his departed mother. Gladio taught him the true meaning of strength, so he could one day fulfill the Maiden's destiny. He molded Levia into a strong young man from an immature boy. And now that his strength has been universally recognized, Levia tells the crowd it is time to reveal a truth that he has kept well hidden. Levia is in fact a woman.
I never would have guessed.
The rightful successor to the Crimson Maiden. I, Levia,
Hi, Segoy,
swear to
cutie.
protect this
Thank you for the
land
raid.
as
Hope your
its
stream went
rightful
well.
maiden. She raises her relic to the sky.
We're still very early
Begins to shine with a
in
light
this speedrun.
to rival the sun overhead.
Many hours to go still.
Levia, the Crimson Maiden by name and birthright, basks in the glory her
Just
people
about to
rain
finish up
down upon
chapter
her.
2.
Her small frame shows no sign of buckling under the immense responsibility that is now upon her. At last, she looks ready. Levia is mobbed by a heaving crowd of admirers. Seeing as they're bound to keep her busy for some time, and surmising that there will be other opportunities to borrow the relic, you decide to depart Hero's Dominion.
I don't even know how to pronounce that game. I don't even know where to begin to pronounce that.
You bid the Dominion farewell.
But I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Dyes the sky a deep red in celebration of the Maiden's victory.
Oh, Snake and Devil Snake are to blame? Oh boy. What is it that they got you to actually play? I'm curious.
The voice belongs to none other than the Crimson Maiden herself.
Look, Olivia looks so
of the
cute
West
now. Not hiding the fact that she, or he, is a she.
She approaches you, serene and calm as can be. Who is this person? Was the belligerence and bravado all an act? A lie? Is there a difference?
Metroidvania style game? Interesting. I guess I'll have to check it out.
Acknowledging your friendship forged in the crucible of battle, she hands the Maiden's relic to Laddie. On the condition that should she become a maiden, Laddie must visit the Dominion and return the relic. Levia gives a hearty wave as you push off from shore. Why would the Crimson Maiden, whose biggest wish has just come true, be crying? No, no, no. Her face must be catching the light of the setting sun. Yes, That's why her eyes look so red.
That was a short chapter compared to the second one. Or the first one. I appreciate the good luck, Sugoi. Yeah, the game's only gonna get harder from here, so I'm definitely gonna need all the luck, especially towards the end of the game when we have the boss rush. I'm actually very scared of this next chapter we're gonna go do, because we're gonna do it out of order. This next chapter is gonna be a bit of a doozy. Hopefully it just goes well.
Laddie gazes out at the horizon from the deck of the ship as it rolls over the waves. The Crimson Maiden became a maiden in the end. You reckon Laddie's thinking about that journey and what it means for her. Laddie takes out her book and scribbles something inside, which she then shows to you. Apparently, Laddie's mother was the previous maiden of the village. There might be some clues as to how to become a maiden in the personal effects she left behind. Her proposal is as big as her handwriting is small. You nod firmly and cut the rudder in the direction of Omega Isle.
Alright, time to return home.
Claps you on the shoulder, saying, "You could do with a rest here and there yourself." It then starts to chant some kind of spell. Lack casts a spell on the ship, and suddenly, the sails unfurl and the wheel begins to turn without any assistance. It explains that your ship can now travel to any island you've already visited on its own. You've never seen Lack look so smug with itself, and that's saying something.
Alright, so now we can just warp there, which is slightly faster than jumping.
Her grip on the Crimson Maiden's relic tightens. Her face is taut and determined. Laddie sets foot in the village, not even bothering to have Lack transform her face with its shape-shifting magic. "So, you've returned," a woman says with no small amount of displeasure. What a warm welcome. The woman heads out of view towards the center of town, as if fleeing from Laddie's very presence. You know that Laddie, for her part, wants to become a maiden so she can protect these people. You just hope you can get that message through to them. You begin introducing Laddie, only to be rudely interrupted. "I'm busy," the old man snaps. You begin introducing Laddie, but the boy cuts you off. "Look, I'm sorry, but you need to leave. The frankly heartless reception Laddie receives begins to weigh on her. Her head hangs low. Her resolve from earlier, now a distant memory. Whatever happened here? It's frayed her relations with the village even more than you thought. You all decide it's best to leave the villagers alone for the time being, and instead search for her mother's personal effects. Laddie leads you to her home, which turns out to be the home of Mayor Grief. You always considered yourself close with Grief, and yet you had no idea he had a daughter. You open the door to a completely silent house. Grief must be out. Laddie enters what is ostensibly her home, with the soft, suspicious movements of a thief. You step into Grief's room. Sunbeams from the window play across an immaculately organized desk and tidy bookshelf. You all search for her mother's effects, doing your best not to disturb anything. Laddie tugs insistently at your sleeve. Has she found something? You turn to her. She holds in her hands a weathered book. It looks rather like the one she's been making a picture book out of. This is it. You both might finally learn something definitive about her mother. You gently open the cover. What are you doing here? The master of the house appears, his eyes wild with suspicion, darting between you and Laddie. You insist that you can explain, if he'd just give you a chance. He roars, clearly not willing to give you that chance. His face contorts with demonic fury. Tears forming in her eyes at the sudden and incomprehensible rage emanating from the man, Laddie runs out of the room. You give chase, not sparing a single moment to contemplate what could possibly cause someone as kind as Grief to become such a monster. Thus far, you have woven a tale of adventure that has incorporated yarns from the maidens of the South and West Isles. According to your navigation map, there ought to be islands home to maidens in the northern and eastern regions of the ocean as well. You've likely grown quite accustomed to seafaring. From this point onward, you can sail the ocean as you see fit. But be wary. One never knows what might happen out on the high seas.
So we're going to be heading to the Eastern Isle.
Magnificent. Nope. Stop it. Don't hold back.
-9, that's not enough to kill.
Magnificent.
Well, I would have if he critted that guy.
The rush of the wind filling your senses, you open up the navigation map to check your current position and heading. In the eastern region of the sea, there is supposed to be an island with a maiden living on it. However, the present look of the skies makes it clear that those waters will soon be battered by a storm. You could still turn back now if you so choose. You decide to head for the East Isle. In the shadows of a rocky reef, there seems to be a good place to moor the ship. It would behoove you to prepare for the coming storm. The Bon Vent creaks, swaying atop the tempestuous seas. You and your companions huddle in the ship's cabin, the dim light of your lantern threatening to fade at any moment as you all wait for the storm to pass. Laddie is wrapped tightly in a blanket, looking much like a large caterpillar. Your joke that the ship might sink seems to have frightened her. You don't see Lack around, but it is likely trapped inside the blanket, having fallen prey to Laddie's squeezing hug. The ship lurches. A book falls from Laddie's pack and lands on the floor near you. It's the picture book she made, the one you peeked in back at the grotto. Having evidently learned nothing from last time, you decide to take another look in the book. As you turn the pages once again, you come to realize what the book actually is. At first you thought it was just a picture book, but the first half of it actually appears to be Laddie's own diary. It's full of passages which detail Laddie's life when she was little, a time when she still dreamed of becoming a maiden. Another day.
Laddie
another
looks so
round of
cute when
maiden
she's a
training.
child.
Dad is always there to encourage me when I do a good job, so no matter how tough it gets, I can handle it. I decided I'd head straight home once I finished, since Mom was waiting for me. If I train super hard, all the other villagers will be happy with me. I have to keep these people smiling. I have to become the maiden. Mom's the current maiden of our village, and she's a great cook and an awesome person. She's been making tons of really delicious food lately. The food tastes so good, and when I start shoveling it into my mouth, forgetting to even chew it, Mom warns me, "Slow down so you don't choke." And then Dad calls me a piggy, even though he always eats more than me. I wish we could be happy like this forever. If I become the maiden and protect the village, will my family be able to stay together like this forever? I get really worried and ask my parents about it. Dad gives me a gentle nod. But for some reason, Mom doesn't say anything. Mom hasn't come home in a couple of days. Dad told me she left on a journey with the spirit. I know what Mom did was really important, but for some reason, I can't stop crying about it. Ever since Mom disappeared, my training has been going bad. Really bad. If something doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to become the Maiden. I won't be able to protect the village like Mom did. I leave the shrine to go home, when suddenly a young man from town bumps into me. Pain in the ass. His voice is irritated, and he walks away without apologizing. Ever since my training started to go badly, the villagers have been mean to me. I know it's my fault. I know it's because I can't become the Maiden. Not even Dad supports me anymore. He hasn't come to watch my training in a long time. I think he might hate me now. I've got to work harder so Dad will like me again. Dad took me on a boat to a small island. We went ashore, and then he locked me up in a dark room. Dad abandoned me. No matter how many times I tell myself it's my own fault, I just can't stop crying. I sob and scream for him to come back, but he doesn't. And eventually, I can't cry or
This
shout
part's pretty
any
sad
longer.
because she, like, cries herself into a mute. Because everybody ends up hating her.
A sudden wave rocks the ship, tearing your eyes away from the diary. In the lantern-lit cabin, Laddie is fast asleep, still wrapped up in her blanket. You think back upon the first day you found her, collapsed on the shore of Omega Isle. Had she just escaped from the islet where she had been confined and wound up drifting ashore? Now aware of the painful memories spelled out in her diary, your heart wavers like the light sputtering in the lantern. You and your friends have managed to weather the storm. The sea's now calmed. You raise sails and set the Bon Vent's course for the East Isle. A large chest floats in the water before you. The chest continues to bob along in the waves, drifting off to who knows where. Congrats. And fight. Magnificent. Magnificent. Fortune favors the bold.
Hi, Frosty. Nice to see you, darling. Listen, I've only been going for the last 3.5 hours. And I still have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters to go. What the fuck is this village?
Magnificent.
That's another shipwreck. I don't want that right now. I need to go to the... Oh, this is the wrong spot. No, that's why. I'm up too far. Okay, that's fine. We need to come here later. I went up too far. Oops.
Oh, excuse me. The East Isle, covered in dismal wetlands. Even the sea breeze blowing across the island seems suffused with melancholy. Upon docking, your party is greeted by sodden earth studded with decaying trees and greenery. You consult your navigation map for directions to the nearby village, then set out, taking extra care with your steps, lest unwary feet plunge into the mire. Don't hold back.
Kill crab first. Oh yeah, crab's not weak to lightning. Duh. He has a lot of armor. Really, the crab can heal itself. That's not very cool. I don't even deal damage. Black is like freaking useless mostly.
Fortune favors the bold.
Nugget would have been good to give, but we didn't get lucky enough for that.
Hope you win.
Well, that failed. 22. Regular. Ow. Ow.
Yikes.
heal, laddie.
Back, I say. Away from here, beast. A villager waves his weapon about as he tussles with a monster. The man is clearly in danger. You decide to help him subdue the fiend.
So yeah, I forgot that this is a rough fight. Okay, alright. First things first, heal. Don't kill Lack.
Two fight it. Excellent. Magnificent. Magnificent. Magnificent.
You jerk.
Ouch.
Come on. very few healing items right now.
With the monster dispatched, the man approaches you and offers his thanks. He explains that recent months have seen more and more monsters attacking Fenmoss, so he has been patrolling the village daily. You inquire about Fenmoss's Maiden, and he informs you that she is friendly with the village mayor. You decide to hurry and meet with him.
Oh, there's a ring that we have to go get.
You stand in the village of Fenmoss, a settlement
I have to go
forced
get that
into
in a sec.
uneasy coexistence with the surrounding wetlands. An indescribable gloom creeps into the village from the swamp.
Alright, let's go back out. I need to go get the free stay ring that's here. It's just over here past the entrance. Oh, wrong character.
And teamwork makes.
Alright, now we got the free stay ring. Alright, we gotta go to the armor shop. So we're buying the adventurer's attire for Letty. Or for Laddie, sorry. She's not so squishy. Don't know if we want to buy this yet. Don't think we need to yet. Yeah. I don't think we need to do that. Alright, talk to the mayor. It's over here, I believe.
A man in black glasses looks out over the swamp, murmuring, "Dim, dim indeed." At your question, the man sighs. I have nothing but troubles. This man, who radiates as much gloom as the wetlands around him, is the mayor of Fenmoss. He is also a researcher who has spent many years dedicated to the study of monsters. He explains that the monsters in the swamp have grown more and more active, causing great harm to the village. This development has left him utterly at a loss. According to the mayor, the Onyx Maiden has traveled northeast to the wicked wetlands to hunt the beasts. Hoping to borrow her maiden's relic, you decide to head that way as well. The wicked wetlands are a muddied, quaggy hive of monsters. Passing adventurers meet their fate either at the bottom of the murky marsh or upon a monster's jagged fangs. It's plain that there are a great many fiends lying in wait here. You try to focus in on your surroundings. But a scream rends through the pattering rain, not far from where you stand now. Worried that someone is being attacked by monsters, you rush to the source of the scream. You spot a man frantically trying to pull something from the marshy waters. Desperation tinges every syllable of his shouts. "Hang on, I got you." Your eyes move to the man's hand, and you see that he's holding another person's. Someone has gotten stuck in the bog and is sinking into it. Now freed, the woman splutters and spits out mud.
I love
Sorry,
Queenie.
this keeps
Queenie's
happening,
design
she
is so
says.
good.
Perhaps the pair thanks you for your help and then offers their names. The woman is Queenie, the Onyx Maiden, who wishes dearly to save this island. The man is called Blight.
Queenie's got some thick
Judging from
thighs
his
and
incessant fussing over
thick trunk.
The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing and worrying over the maiden's unfortunate constitution, you can only assume he is the Onyx attendant. They explain they seek a rare flower that blooms here. Traveling through the monster-infested wetlands is terribly dangerous for only 2 people. You've come this far already, so you offer to accompany them.
Alright, so now we need to do some equipping. So Queenie needs the gemstone ring. And then we need Blight to have the freeze state ring. I believe that's it. Yeah. Now we just gotta follow that butterfly. We're gonna be getting another chest in a second for an evasion ring.
Fight him off.
15 dark damage. I missed. There we go.
As you plod and splosh your way through the mushy ground, you come across a butterfly fluttering through the air. It exudes an alien glow. The onyx maiden claims that this type of butterfly likes to drink the nectar of the rare flower she seeks. As you discuss this, the butterfly flies off, scales fluttering to the ground in its wake. You might be able to find your way to the flower if you follow the butterfly. Wow, what a beauteous butterfly!
Oh, that she doesn't have the one that deal. Okay, whatever. Fine. Oh yeah, I forgot. Most of these enemies are resistant to that. Really? 1 health?
The butterfly hovers in the air, but there is no sign of the flower you seek. And now it's fluttered off again. This was, it seems, no more than a stopover on its journey.
Other value of saving. Yeah.
Congrats.
Northwest. So there's a ring in here. Oops.
Don't hold back.
I forgot how strong Queenie and Light are in this section, but again, this section is actually really tough too. Ring of Evasion, so I need to put that on. That goes on Baron.
Magnificent. Excellent. You did great.
Need all the money we can get here because we're going to be buying finally some healing items and stuff soon. Might need that later for this chapter, but hopefully we don't.
The butterfly takes a little detour through some withered grass as it continues to flit through the stagnant air. The flower doesn't seem to be here either. Back on the butterfly's trail. Fight him off. Magnificent.
What? Does this go anywhere? No, it doesn't. Okay. Getting trolled by my own self.
Hope you win. Magnificent.
Yo, Smack. Nice to see you again, darling. We're on part 2 of the trifecta. Still very early into it, though.
Fight him off. Fortune.
How you been doing, though? Man, I missed out on those gold nuggets. Just got home from work? Nice. Hopefully had a good day at work, though. Where did I take a wrong turn? Excuse me? Oh, here. Oh, I went the right way anyways, because I wanted that panacea. That's good, now you can chill, relax, enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or night, whatever that might be for you. We're gonna be here for quite a while with this game. Yeah, so let's kill that. That was an unfortunately bad roll. Yeah, she can just straight up kill it. Oh my, what? I'm like very confused in this place again. Like every time I come to this marsh, I always get lost on where I'm supposed to actually be going. I'm glad I got the panacea that I was looking for, because I'm gonna need that later. I mean, it's not all that bad because the encounters that we're getting is going to help with the money for buying items that we're going to need to get through this whole chapter. Because we have a very tough gauntlet coming up later. And by later, I mean not too far from now. Just have to get through this part first. Okay, so... Okay, I don't really care about that. So, was there a branch in this path somewhere that I just didn't see? Oh. Wow, I feel so dumb. Yep. Found it. Such a weird spot.
Trudging through the soppy earth, you decide to ask the Onyx Maiden about the situation on this island. For generations ongoing, the Maiden has failed in her ritual, and now the island is dying. Now its fate hinges upon the Onyx Maiden Queenie and her attendant Blight. You think on this for a moment when Laddie loses her footing and flails about, close to tumbling over.
So the nice thing about this game, systematic,
You can't let Laddie get all covered in mud.
It is longer than the first Voice of Cards, but it has waifus in it. But unfortunately, it is much sadder than the previous game.
Regaining her balance last minute. Now you're wet and muddy for no reason.
But I like the story in this game a lot.
Queenie ends up falling too, despite Blight's best efforts.
I still think B.O.B.
footing
is the third game is
cakes her face.
The pinnacle of the series.
Ooh. Maybe try not falling? Just a thought.
But this game has a very rough curve as it gets going, where the fights gets very difficult, and there's a big boss rush that we have to do towards the end on the last chapter, which is, or I think it's the last chapter or second to last chapter, which is hard. It has a really rough set of bosses, let's just put it that way. It's pretty ridiculous. Give him I guess it doesn't matter. I forgot that it gives it to everybody. Whatever. As long as everybody gets a buff, I don't care.
Good work.
But yeah, so this game has a lot of bosses compared to the first game. And a lot of the fights in each area are very difficult compared to the first game, where there's only a couple sections that are pretty difficult. And in this game, too, we have rotating party members, so we don't get to keep the same static party members the entire way through, like you do in the first game. So a bit of a switch. So each chapter, each of the first 4 chapters, we have a different party member for each of them. So we're on chapter 3, so this is the 3rd set of party members that we get. The only 2 party members that we get to keep is Baron, which is the main character boy there, and Laddie, the girl next to him. I should uncover this tile because we'll need it for later. There we go. But the other 2 party members
At the end of the narrowed
rotate.
path, you spy the butterfly fluttering away. Though you are now deep into the wetlands,
So there's like
the flower is nowhere to be found.
5
Wonder if the
additional
butterfly
party
is
members that
even
we
headed
get.
toward it at
Sorry,
all.
4 extra party members we get compared to the first game. Math is not my strong suit, so again, I probably screwed up on the math there. Follow the edge around the... I don't know... There's nothing over here, I don't think. No, there's not. Alright, so we have a clearing that we're going to be coming up to.
Show 'em
and
what you
there'll be
got.
There'll be a boss fight coming up. No, that's not what I want to have them be doing right now. I'm glad I missed, so I can actually heal here. If I wasn't doing this as a story percent run, around 6 or 7 hours. Which is how long it took us to do the first game as a story run. If we didn't do it as a story run, the first game would have only taken like 3.
Your party has pursued the butterfly all the way to a clearing.
But this run's gonna take us about 12 hours, roughly, as a story run.
The butterfly that led you here is resting its wings, perched atop a flower, blooming in the center of the glade. There's the flower, Blight's voice rings out, and with a few radiant particles scattered in its wake, the butterfly disappears. Or was it never there at all?
Alright, okay, so we need to make sure we heal up here. Okay, well. I only have 1 revive, so hopefully this fight goes well. Alright, well, let's save just in case.
The flower blooming deep within
Enjoy
the
your
wetlands
dinner, Systematic.
is a brilliant
Appreciate you
blue,
dropping by.
a splash of color amidst the drab surroundings. With a gentle movement, Queenie reaches out a hand to pick it. Suddenly, the ground beneath the blossom swells upward, and a huge monster shows itself. Battle is upon you.
There's gonna be 4 of them, and this is gonna be hard. Alright, let's try to kill them quickly.
Excellent. Teamwork makes...
I don't like that they can half my HP like that. Oh, I forgot they're resistant to it. Oh well, that's fine. We killed one. That's what I want.
Magnificent.
I just have quite a bit of armor. Let's just hope the game plays. Oh. Okay. Well. Okay. Well, this is gonna be a problem. Well, there's my last revive for now. Okay, 2 left.
Yikes.
This is going very bad. Very, very bad. We're gonna have to reload. Got unlucky.
Yeah.
Well, I expected a death in this chapter, at least. This is not an easy chapter, and we're also doing it early. Do we get a autosave? Oh no, this is the most recent save then. The autosave didn't trigger before that fight.
The flower with a gentle movement. Queenie reaches out a hand. Suddenly, the ground beneath the blossom swells upward, and a huge monster shows itself. Battle is upon you. And...
Alright, happenstance, be nice to me, please.
Magnificent.
Alright, I already got one crab down, so that's already infinitely better. The fact that he only has to roll 3 or higher to have my HP is scary. Can you not do that?
Ouch.
Of course you would do that.
Magnificent.
Alright, we made it through. Second time is charm.
The sound of Blight's lightning attack rips through the rainy bog, striking the monster dead on. Its carapace pierced, the monster sinks back into the swampy muck. Stillness returns to the wetlands, and the patter of rain is audible once more. The Onyx Maiden takes the blue flower gently in hand. She explains that this flower is actually a medicinal herb called clockweed. Apparently, it is used to heal wounds and is even said to turn back time for the human body, though the truth of that claim is uncertain. Sensing another monster fixing its gaze upon your party, you lead everyone back to the village. All the while, you find your attention drawn to the maiden's murmuring, drowned out though it is by the sound of the rain. This flower, buy more time.
Alright, we're gonna have to prepare for the big fight coming up.
As you enter the village, a number of the locals rush your group, shouting, "Welcome back, dear maiden." The villagers express their gratitude for her monster hunting, as well as their delight at the maiden's safe return. Queenie responds to each of them in turn. The Onyx Maiden, bringer of hope to the village, appears to be quite beloved by its people. Once the villagers are out of earshot, you once again ask the Onyx Maiden to borrow her maiden's relic. She is at a loss for a few moments, but then informs you that she has something she'd like to show you. She guides you to the Maiden's shrine.
Alright, we need to go to... How much money do we have? Okay. We got to go to the armor shop first. We need to buy the protector's sword now, I guess. Do I have it anywhere in my notes that we're buying this? No. I'm gonna need this, I think. It's gonna be too hard without the gear. I know that was a lot of money, but I'm gonna need it. And we're going to sell. Sell these nuggets for some extra money. And we're going to the item shop because we're going to need this stuff for the next section.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
Does he not have revive? They're there. Okay. They're 800 each. Just gonna buy 2, so we have 3 of them. And then we're gonna need... I need a few of these. I'm buying one more revive just in case. I don't think I need anything else at this point. Just a few of these. That should be it.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks. I shall allow you to borrow my relic, the Onyx Maiden says, rendering you speechless. She continues on, revealing that she is actually trying to abandon her maidenly duty. But as far as you can tell, she seems to be giving her all for the sake of the village. Why then does she want to quit? The ritual means the sacrifice of the maiden. Anybody would be afraid of it. But is that her reason? As if to answer your question, Queenie slowly closes her eyes. And then, when the light subsides and your eyes
Queenie is
regain
preggo.
focus, you see Queenie, and there is a bulge in her abdomen. The Onyx Maiden is pregnant. She explains that she's been using medicine made from the clockweed to keep her pregnancy hidden all this time. She has dedicated her life entirely to the protection of this island and performing the Maiden's ritual. But giving birth means her child, too, will be burdened with the same destiny of sacrifice. She wants to protect her child. That is her only wish, and she conveys it to you with all the agony of confessing a heinous crime. You can appreciate now why the Onyx Maiden wishes to abandon her duty. But will the villagers accept her decision? Queenie's anguish is plain to see as she runs a gentle hand over her stomach. Blight seems equally distraught as he holds out an arm to support her. It is not hard to imagine who the father of this soon-to-be-born child is. The anguished cries of the maiden, the last hope of a village facing oblivion, echo out in pain. The Onyx Maiden is laid upon a bed in the Maiden's shrine. Word of her condition spreads, and the villagers are unable to hide their agitation. All this time you have spent crossing the islands, Laddie has desperately sought to become a maiden. But now, having heard that Queenie wishes to abandon her own duty, she seems conflicted. It seems that all the while Queenie used the clockweed to keep her condition secret, the child in her belly kept growing. Speak to your companions in the Maiden's shrine.
I just did that.
The attendant divulges a little of the Onyx Maiden's feelings toward the impending birth. Over the long years of their relationship, stretching back to their childhood, Queenie has suffered misfortune aplenty. Through all that, never has she wished for anything except a safe birth for her child, whatever it takes. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the village mayor enters the shrine, gasping for breath. The monsters of the wetlands are amassing for an attack on the village. Fighting them off with Queenie confined to bed will be next to impossible. Your group decides to head into the wetlands and launch a preemptive strike on the fiend's nest where they're gathering.
Okay. What level are we? Okay. We can do our skills now. And so Laddie. Laddie needs charge spell. Heal. Thunderbolt. Double heal. And Blizzard. Okay. I don't think he has anything. Yeah, okay. It's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's about as good as we're gonna get, I think. Wait, hold on. Baron, not 16 yet. Okay, never mind. So when he gets to 16, we have to do some skill stuff with him. Alright.
You've got more to do right now, and none of it in this direction. The rain falls in sheets. You spy the telltale signs of monsters between the drops, and in far greater numbers than before. Blight's eyes shine, and you can tell he wishes for nothing more than to protect his maiden. He advances, unbothered by the presence of the monsters. You forge onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest.
So we're gonna make a save here, because once we go in, we can't come out. Just in case. Oh, why are we so low on health?
You come upon a thronging
needed to
nest
visit
of
the inn.
monsters in the innermost recesses of the wetlands. Every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders.
Oh my.
That is, you. They roar in unison and begin to march forth. Their destination is clear. Fenmoss. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of these beasts escape. You grip your weapon tight, ready to do battle.
Okay, I need to...
Oh boy, don't let a single one escape.
I need to reload here. Oh, I can't. Are you kidding me? Alright, well, easy way to fix that. Quit out and go back in. I need to go visit that inn. I completely forgot that my HP was super low. That was a very unfortunate thing that I just did. That's fine though. I didn't realize that I didn't get a full heal after I went back to the town there. Yeah, so we'll just load back at Fenmoss. I might have to rebuy everything, but we'll see. Okay, we don't. Okay, good. Alright. We gotta go to that inn.
No point in making money if we're all gonna die anyhow, she continues, resigned to her supposed fate. The party leaves the inn feeling rested.
Alright, now we can go. I'm pretty sure my skills are still set up, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, it would have been a fatal mistake attempting that without that stuff set up.
You forge onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest. You come up, every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of these beasts escape. Oh boy, don't let a single one escape. A monster lurking in the depths of the nest rears back, its massive bulk puffing up as it inhales deeply. It looks like it's getting ready to do something, and whatever it is will be headed your way. You and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons. Show them what you got.
Alright, so I need to charge here. Oh, I didn't set the game speed up. Okay, well, we'll do that after this fight's over. This feels so slow without the game speed up. Alright, now he's 16 anyways. Okay, so, I not do this from this menu? Really? Oh, never mind. I know how to do it. I have to hold, Alright, speed changed. There we go. Alright. We need to heal. And then we gotta change Baron's skills. Oops. Alright, so Baron needs stab, air thrust, tri-attack, flame rush, and thunder strike.
The hulking beast bellows a blast of burning flame in your direction. Whoa, danger everywhere you look. You gonna be able to handle this?
That's why we have those heals.
Fight him off. Excellent. Magnificent.
Oh, you live with 1 HP?
Excellent. Perhaps deciding that the ones slaying its kin are a threat. The massive beast that seems to be the master of the nest charges your way. At the same moment, more monsters appear from the shadows of the wetlands and begin moving towards the village. No matter how many enemies there are, you must stop their advance to the village. You and your comrades take deep breaths and prepare yourselves to face the monsters once more.
Alright, need to heal.
Show 'em what you got. Magnificent. Show 'em what you got. Magnificent.
Ow.
The nest must steal yourselves, says Blight. As if in defiance of his determination, the massive fiend lets loose a terrible roar. Whew, you've come this far.
That's not cool. That was ridiculous.
Excellent.
Cost me a few revives and some healing, but I got through it. Alright, finally got heal plus.
After a fierce battle, the great fiend finally collapses to the wet earth in a spill of green ichor. At the death of their leader, the other monsters lurking about all withdraw at once. Marvelous. You have managed to save Fenmos from the danger it faced.
There's nothing here. Alright, time to leave.
The village's crisis is averted. You and your friends make your way back to Fenmos to check in on Queenie. No sooner do you pass the threshold back into town than do the villagers surround you as though welcoming home great heroes. You inform the mayor that you've wiped out all the monsters, and though he seems momentarily delighted at the news, he also seems terribly flustered. This isn't the time for that now. You start to worry about Queenie. A village woman comes running and barks angrily at the assemblage. She explains that Queenie is going into labor, which might explain the men's panic at what they ought to be doing. The woman points at Laddie. You there, come along and help. Without waiting for a reply to her demand, the woman drags Laddie off. Difficult though it may be right now, all you can do is pray for Queenie and the child's safe delivery. Guess all we can do is wait, says the man regretfully. Blight is restless, his mind clearly abuzz with worry for Queenie. Queenie's voice echoes out of the Maiden shrine. You hope she can endure the pain. The mayor gazes out at the swampy surroundings, murmuring to himself. To think that the entire village would come together for the sake of a new life. He looks as though not doing anything makes him uneasy, and busies himself giving bits of food to the bird perched atop his rucksack. A baby's cry cuts through the silence, breaking the village from its tense reverie. time, which felt as though it had frozen, begins to tick away once again. Faster than you can let loose a sigh of relief, Blight takes off in the direction of the Maiden Shrine. The baby's here. You rush after the amative attendant to the Maiden Shrine. The newborn's cries echo through the Maiden Shrine. The villagers present for the birth have weary but happy expressions on their faces, and they wipe the sweat from their brows. Blight asks timidly, Is the baby? A young woman hands him a cloth-wrapped bundle. Perhaps because he has finally felt the weight of his own child in his arms. Blight's expression cracks, and he begins to weep, overcome by emotion. Such a relief, he says. He repeats himself several times as he walks over to Queenie and shows her the child's face. As though having just fought a fierce battle, Queenie's face is lined with exhaustion and covered in sweat. Though her expression is somewhat pained, she looks at her child with a smile of deepest affection. The Onyx Maiden and her attendant have named the child Melanie.
If you were here yesterday for
spirits,
Voice of Cards 1,
eternal
you should
happiness.
remember that name.
With a tear-stained face, Queenie gently inclines her head to her exuberant attendant. But then the strength seems to seep out of her. With those final words to her two most beloved, the Onyx Maiden's eyes close for the last time. With its only maiden lost, this island is surely destined for ruin.
So Queenie unfortunately died in childbirth, which is kind of really sad.
As you prepare to sail away, you notice that the island is submerged just a bit more than it had been when you arrived. Almost as though the ocean is trying to swallow it up, now that it's bereft of its maiden. When you part ways, Blight hands the now useless maiden's relic over to you. You are hesitant to accept, thinking he might want to keep it as a memento of his beloved. Only when he insists, saying, "Don't lose your home. Don't lose your island," are you persuaded. The Onyx attendant then heads homeward, vowing to make Melanie's life a happy one.
All right.
Monsters run
So ends
rampant
this
across
chapter.
the sinking lands. The people of Fenmoss remain beset by numerous hardships. From aboard your ship, you watch the East Isle shrink into the distance. Eternal happiness. You pray that is what their future holds.
Rest in peace, Queenie. We miss you already. Alright, time to go to the North Isle. Oops.
Nope. Stop right there.
Alright, so we're looking for a supreme elixir on this island.
Fight him off. Magnificent.
Now we got that, we can leave.
After a long voyage, you happen upon the North Isle. On the North Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in white. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The North Isle is home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how small they are. Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization. You come across an open-air stall. A sign reads, "You weren't really looking to buy anything, so you ignore it and go on your way." You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never seen. As you attempt to pass through them and enter the city, someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier. Lack, who has fallen to the ground from the impact, demands 100,000 G as an apology. "Out of my way," the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask, before charging at you. Apparently, they want to fight. You parry the soldier's sword, then watch as they flee to the west. Crystal clear water runs through canals in the white-wreathed city. This place is far more beautiful than any village you've ever visited. "Welcome to Alabaster City," the soldier at the gate greets, though his eyes don't even glance your way. You suppose he's busy monitoring the streets. As you look around, you see soldiers gathered in a ravaged corner of the city. You can't help but wonder what transpired there. Despite that, the other residents carry on with their daily lives as if nothing is amiss. The contrast strikes you as strange. Alabaster City seems intolerant of impurity. It makes you wonder if its history is as spotless as its appearance. Among the townsfolk peacefully going about their day, you see two young women making quite the racket. "It's all your fault," one woman shouts at the other, whose eyes run with tears. They appear to be fighting. "No fighting," Lack exclaims in a rare bout of righteousness. "Get out of my sight, you weird puppet," the woman retorts. Lack is shocked. She may be right about Lack being strange, but you admittedly feel a bit bad for it. The self-assured woman is Lanka, the Ivory Maiden and keeper of the island's destiny. The woman being berated is Krim, the Ivory Maiden's attendant. The women explain that they were entrusted with killing the deserter who ravaged the town. Lanka claims that the deserter escaped because of her bungling attendant and noogies a fist against either side of Krim's head. Lanka gives your group a long, appraising look before whispering, "You'll do nicely." "Consider this a great honor," she continues, then orders you to help her in the search for the deserter.
This part's gonna end up being real sad for this chapter.
You had wanted to ask her about her maiden's relic, but now it seems you have no choice but to obey her command. You wonder if the masked soldier you saw earlier could be the deserter the Ivory Maiden is after. You inform her that the soldier fled to the west. According to the maiden and her attendant, a woodland known as the Mystic Forest lies in that direction.
Alright, so we gotta do some equipping here. Oh, we have to set up Baron's skills. We want Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Attack, Flame Rush, and Mirage Burst. And then we want to equip Blanca with the Gemstone Ring. And then Krim with the Freeze Stay.
And fight! Ahead of you on the path, you spot a woman crouched on the ground. It looks as though she's twisted her ankle. She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?" Unfortunately, you have no salve. The woman rubs her pained leg and hangs her head, lamenting, "Oh, poor me."
Alright, well, we don't get the funny thing because we don't have the salve. Oh well.
The Mystic Forest is a dense wood. Travelers who have ventured through the closely packed flora claim to have experienced mysterious happenings within. Upon entering the sprawling forest, you notice Krim trembling as her eyes dart about. When you ask her what she's worried about, she explains that there are rumors of talking trees. She suspects it's the work of specters. "That's just superstition," Lanka says condescendingly. A somnolent tree. A somnolent tree looks in your direction. "If you wish to go further, heed our voices," the tree says eloquently as you approach. Lanka, who had claimed talking trees to be mere superstition, shrieks loudly and holds fast to Krim. Thinking it the attendant's chance to lord this over the maiden, you glance over. But Krim, in her surprise, has fainted, her eyes rolled back into her head. The tree continues to speak, unbothered by your party. "Healthy trees are rooted in honesty. Frail trees in falsehood," it says. You wonder if the tree's enigmatic words are some sort of hint to get through the forest. Don't hold back. Magnificent.
Damn, missed it on a real bug nugget.
And fight.
head up this way because we needed that. Grab that ring.
The ivory attendant complains as you make your way through the dense trees, repeatedly invoking Lanka's wrath. Each time, Laddie pats the crestfallen Krim on the head. You hope to pacify
Krim's just
Lanka,
trying her best.
but rather than being soothed, she simply pouts. I'm a brilliant maiden. I deserve better than this. She explains that in Alabaster City, maiden and attendant are decided by national decree and cannot be contested. It appears each island's maiden and attendant have a unique relationship.
Oh yeah, doesn't Lottie have heal plus? Okay, yeah. So we're a little bit ahead of one levels compared to what I usually have at this point, which is good. It'll just make it all that much easier. Northwest past, next to the two trees. Northeast, just past the trees, a chest.
Show 'em what you got. Fortune fa-
Man, failed at getting another big nugget. That's what I was looking for.
And fight. Excellent. You hear snoring nearby. When you look, you see what appears to be a healthy tree snoozing away. You gently shake the tree, and it opens its eyes. Despite having just awoken, the tree speaks in a lively voice. "My apologies," it exclaims, then leans out of the way. When it does, you see a path on the other side. Apparently, the tree is allowing you to pass. As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a gloomy voice calling to you from afar. "You think you're so clever," it says. And fight. Magnificent.
There we go. Finally got a big nugget.
At last, you corner the deserter deep in the forest. "You won't get away," Lanka shouts. "Leave me alone," the masked soldier pleads. But the Ivory Maiden pays their words no mind and charges into battle. The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces. Everyone gasps. The face beneath the mask looks just like Lanka's. "I just want to live," the woman says, glaring at your party. Realizing that everyone is taken aback by her appearance, she seizes the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. Lack, in true boneheaded fashion, asks, "Do you have a twin or something?" Lanka, absorbed in her own thoughts, hasn't an ear for Lack's words. Though originally tasked with killing a deserter, you find yourselves faced with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the Ivory Maiden. You get a creeping feeling that something sinister lurks beneath Alabaster City's pristine facade. Okay, want me to take you to the exit so you don't get lost in all these trees? You make your way toward the forest exit. By the time you make it out of the woods, Lanka has returned to her normal self. You explain that you're on a journey to help Laddie become a maiden and need the maiden's relic. Lanka tells you that the relic is proof of her maidenship and more precious than life itself, then promptly refuses to give it to you. However, in honor of you helping her on her nationally decreed mission, she agrees to accompany you to the spire. A maiden must always be benevolent, she says, her eyes shining with pride at her lofty position.
Alright, back to Omega Island.
You escort Lanka and Krim to your vessel. "I'm surprised it even floats," Lanka whispers. "I never thought the deck would be stained in a maiden's blood," you think to yourself as the ungrateful words leave her mouth. As if sensing your murderous intent, Laddie looks at you and takes deep breaths, urging you to take your own. "What a desolate place," Lanka murmurs. You suppose it is, especially compared to Alabaster City. You all stand before the altar, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant included. "So what do we do here?" Lanka asks. As if on cue, Lack begins chanting his mysterious chant. As the screams of Lanka and Krim fill your ears, you surrender yourself to the dazzling light. After passing through the altar and entering the heart's domain, neither the Ivory Maiden nor her attendant can contain their surprise. Lack, wise in the ways of this world, quickly briefs them on the situation. After digesting Lack's words, Lanka turns to Laddie and says, "Your heart is quite a dark place." Laddie hangs her head heavily, tears in her eyes. Your mission remains unchanged. Somewhere, there is a heart scar that must be healed. There's a heart scar to the west, Lack says. Trusting in his words, you head that way.
West we go.
Excellent.
We're up to chapter 4, or technically it's chapter 3, because we did a couple of we did the last chapter out of order. We did chapter 4 before 3, but this is technically chapter 3, but for us this is chapter 4.
With Laddie's woes, the residents here cannot help but hate those who lay bare their true feelings. As soon as you enter the town, you're known.
We're doing the
by a strange odor.
Story with the Ivory Maiden,
Muddy marsh has inundated,
which is the last of the 4 maidens. This is probably one of the sadder parts of the game, besides the fact that we just had Queenie die after giving after childbirth.
And fight.
She gave birth to an important character that we get to see and play as in the first game. Yo, Ronicle, thank you for the resub-areno, my cutie. Your Twitch chat isn't broken? Well, that's good. Glad to see that it's not broken.
Magnificent.
The purpose is that the section that we did earlier is significantly harder if we do that after this chapter. So we do it earlier, so it's still hard, but it's not as hard as going to do it later. And then it just makes this chapter that we're on now significantly easier to go through in comparison. You have issues with chat every now and again? Yeah, that's interesting. Sometimes for me, Twitch doesn't let me control the audio or hit the player buttons. Like, that's an issue for me sometimes. But I've been doing well. We're almost 6 hours in on this run. I still got quite a bit left to go for the second Voice of Cards game. Where do I have to go in here? Yeah, we have to talk to all the people in town, so we need to find all the people and talk to them. Oh, it's more connecting to chat endlessly. I mean, very rarely do I get that same issue. Very, very rarely. Melbourne's actually a pretty cool place, not gonna lie. There's some pretty cool stuff in Melbourne. Also pretty sure Melbourne is one of the bigger cities in Australia. Second biggest? Okay. Sorry about that. I'm not 100%. I don't know everything about Australia at all. Never will know everything about anything. Not as good as other capitals, fair.
Fight 'em off.
Fair enough. I know a bunch of people that are in Melbourne. Or in around Melbourne anyways. "35-minute train trip for you? Interesting. We'll kill this one. Finish all enemies. Let's just kill this, and then we'll do a full party heal. This chapter is, like I said, this chapter is pretty easy, I would say, in comparison to the, I'd say this is like the only real easy chapter out of the rest of the game at this point. Because the Mega Village has got a pretty rough boss fight in it. And then after that, it's a boss rush to the end of the game. Do I at all switch skills for Letty? How come I have not? Okay, I'm switching skills for Letty. I don't know why I don't have this on my notes, but we should be using the restore 20 HP there. Everything else on her kit is fine. But we should really be having the plus 20 on the heal.
You see an old man gulping down the contents of a mud-filled cask. When he notices your party, he suddenly asks, "You young'uns up for a challenge?" Don't overdo it, you caution him, well aware of his age, when suddenly his fist comes flying at you. Despite his elderly appearance, he moves swiftly. He can easily hold his own against you, and your duel results in a draw. You've got a long way to go, the old man tells you, as he drinks mud from his cask.
So this particular section with the villagers in the town here is really odd because everybody is like obsessed with
the
mud.
man murmurs to himself as he uses mud to craft a human-sized doll. When you ask him what he's doing, he says that he doesn't have any friends, so he's making a mud buddy. Thinking it might get lonesome with the mud buddy as his only company, you decide to become his
Well, the
friend.
previous time we were in the Heart Scar, everybody was dying from flowers. They were coughing up flower petals.
The doll begins to wriggle and writhe before transforming into something that looks just like you. This is all possible thanks to the mud, he says cheerfully, happy to finally have a friend. To your surprise, the residents seem rather grateful to the muddy marsh at the town center. You decide that it may be worth investigating. It appears the volume of mud in the marsh has decreased, perhaps because of all the uses the villagers have found for it. From within the marsh, stairs appear.
Alright, so we gotta go northeast from the stairs to get a ring. She'll be a dark stay ring.
Fight him off.
I mean, it's his job to talk about the story. He's our beloved GM through this story experience. We're like way ahead on levels right now, which is good. Because in my notes, like Lottie gets to like 18 around now. Anyway, so we got the Dark Stay ring, and then we have to head northwest of the stairs.
And fight.
The funny thing is I'm noticing lots of spelling mistakes in my notes, because I know for a fact that the notes I have for Forsaken Maiden and Beast of Burden need to be cleaned up a bit more, because they're only at like the second version of the notes. Man, he survived with 1 HP, are you kidding me? Whereas, like, IDR's notes are, like, pretty much public release ready. Yeah, I guess we'll just do flat 12 damage since he has too much armor. Oh, he's weak to that, that's good. Just heal everybody here. I want to keep everybody, like, as healthy as possible. There's a bind stay ring down here. South. I think that's the only reason why we came down here is for the bind stay ring. I don't remember if we actually do need this or not. Like, when I go through these notes, I'm gonna clean them up and make sure that I add stuff that is missing. And then take out stuff that we don't need. Because I think these notes pretty much still almost grab everything that we can easily get along the way. I would say for the most part, these are pretty marathon safe notes as is, but I definitely want to clean them up a bit more. Alright, now we can leave here. We're looking for a girl hiding around the outside here.
Fight him off. Magnificent.
Getting fairly lucky with the drop rate, so I'm happy about that at least.
Hope you win.
We have a shopping trip coming up towards the end of this small section here. But hopefully, we'll have the money for it.
You see a little girl drowning in the marsh. Without a moment's hesitation, you leap into the marsh to save the girl. You swim to the girl and grab onto her, but she smiles as if her drowning had been an act and praises you. You really are a hero, aren't you? Then gets sucked into the marsh and disappears.
I mean, I could. It would just be a slightly bit more dialogue. Stairs down. Just past. Okay, so we gotta go this way. There's a chest over here we want. That's gonna have an omnisalve in it, and then we'll head down the stairs. You gotta remember, Lack is like so tiny and like frail. So like even if we got Lack to try to save her, it would just be like he's useless. Still trips me out that this place is all like glitchy looking. I remember the first time I played this game on the really longathon channel, people thought this was like, oh no, it's like automata stuff going on. It's like, no, not at all. And it didn't help that that the game does have the automata music, which fits perfectly now that you think about it, but no ties to automata whatsoever. But you know how people get. And then there was a bunch of people I remember that were like, but some of the artwork looks identical to Drakengard 3. It's like, yes, it's because it's the exact same artist. It's like, what did you expect? The same people that made those games made this game. Why do you think the music and all that stuff sounds familiar? You know?
Fortune fa-
Nah, man, I want more nuggets. I need that money for shopping trip later. Which way do we have to go here? Northeast corner leads to a chest. What do we want to do here? We're heading northeast to get another healing item. I'm actually very surprised when I played this game the amount of times that I have, but no one, let alone the internet, I haven't seen anybody on the internet say it yet, but like, the shadows you fight here, like, for me, they remind me of, like, the shades from, like, OG Nier and, Gestalt. Like, Gestalt and, Replicant, but also has nothing to do with those. Just gives you that same sort of vibe, though, which I think was intentional. Alright, so there's the chest. How many items do we have right now? Lots. Okay, with 3 pages worth of items. That's good.
Fight him off.
But yeah, I really hope we have enough money by the time we finish this part soon, that we can do the shopping trip. Because we'll need to grab some pretty valuable stuff. And I missed. That's unfortunate. They also missed. I'm so happy they put in the high speed for like the animations and stuff, because otherwise this would take so much longer. Also, I think I accidentally went the wrong way.
Show him what you got.
Can I just run from this? Yeah. I didn't read the part of my notes that said we had to go here.
You see a familiar figure in the center of the marsh. In the depths of the strange mud-filled town, you find yourself. Or rather, a shadow of yourself. As you look closer, you realize that mud oozes forth from his feet. It appears that he is the source of the mud. With an ecstatic expression, he scoops the mud at his feet and calls it talent. The talent for fighting. The talent for making friends. You have used your various talents to lead Laddie on this journey. The shadow points at Laddie and speaks. Talent, yes. Something you lack.
I've routed every single voice of cards entirely myself. In fact, most of the games that I do run have entirely been routed by me.
You know that Laddie has done everything in her power to acquire her own talents on the journey.
If people have done stuff for the games, then some of the times, like, it's like, I'll find the stuff later, but I tend to enjoy routing the stuff on my own the first time anyways. Because I tend to learn a lot more about the game, and maybe pick up and learn stuff that other people haven't. But yeah, I'm pretty much... There's not very many people that speedrun these games, let alone have, like, completely routed them.
So this is the heart scar.
To the extent that I have.
Gulps, as she stands before the horrendous light.
Alright, so we gotta make sure that we're healed up here. But we need to equip Baron with the Darkstay ring. for this fight. And then we need to equip Laddie with the Bind Stay Ring. And that should be good.
Along with the voice, a giant shadow emerges
Alright,
from the
let's
scar.
hope this fight goes well.
You stand ready to fight the monster.
Probably should have full healed before going into the fight, but I think we'll be okay. I really do like the music in these games. They're so good. So we'll put regen on, just to be safe. He has 16 armor, right? Can't remember what his exact weakness is. I don't think he does have a weakness. Oh yeah, this is... okay. That's why I want to have the regen on. Yeah, this guy is a pain in the butt because he hits everybody. Now I'm starting to remember.
Excellent.
I actually don't think this boss actually has a weakness, at least not one that I found, because I remember trying a whole bunch of stuff and nothing worked. And if he does have a weakness, I don't have access to it right now.
Magnificent.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay. We're a bit stronger than we normally would be coming into this area. Because we took a few more fights than usual. We've run away from far fewer fights. Less than 6, from what I can remember. Just means that we can run away from more fights later, though.
Magnificent.
This pretty much seals the deal for winning this fight. Everybody gets a buff. Alright, GG. That was the easiest boss fight so far. But we are a little bit higher level than we normally would be coming here.
You sense sorrow.
We'd only like just be probably getting to level
Laddie
18
was
normally.
entrusted with the duty of becoming a maiden. Thanks to her talent, she was loved by all. But it was a false love. No one would truly love someone who was destined to disappear. When people discovered she hadn't the makings of a maiden, they stopped caring for her, and she descended into the darkness of desolation. After defeating the shadow, you use the Maiden's relic to heal the heart scar. You successfully restore the town and heal the wound on Laddie's heart. Your mission fulfilled. You decide to return to the world you came from.
Alright, so we're gonna end up leaving now. But we have to do a shopping trip before we leave from this area. Because there is a shop for once in this place. Alright, so there's armor shop. Alright, we need to buy the marshal's garb for Laddie. So she's a little less squishy. And then we need to... How much money do we have? Is there anything else in the shop that I want? Yeah, I don't think that's worth grabbing. We can sell these nuggets though for some extra cash. They're cluttering my inventory. We can only have 50 inventory items right now. So we need to buy some more healing and revives mainly. We'll visit the item shop for that. Mainly just need revives. So where's the item shop? Oh, there they are. Buy a few more of those. I don't think I really need to be buying any more healing right now. I have plenty still from before, because we bought some early when we were at the, doing the Onyx Maiden. And yes, there was the Azura Maiden standing there by the exit before we left. Because we're in the spirit realm. So they're inside, well, technically we're in the spirit realm, but we're inside Lottie's heart, so inside Lottie's heart, they still exist, right?
With the door opened by the self-proclaimed spirit spell, you leave the heart's domain behind.
Alright, we're in for a bunch of sad coming up.
Upon your return to your original world, Lanka and Krim
Just
look
forewarning.
weary from their unbelievable experience. Laddie, meanwhile, is fast asleep on the
Because
floor
we're not quite
again,
done with the Ivory Maiden yet.
recovering from her sudden change of heart. Her sleeping face, which you'd seen occasionally at the grotto, seems to have softened a bit from the anguished way it looked before. Thanks to the Ivory Maiden and her attendant, you've accomplished your mission. You prepare to take them back to the North Isle.
Sad should be coming in a bit. Once we get close to finishing Ivory Maiden, the Sad's gonna really start piling on. We gotta head back to the North Isle now.
As you make your way ashore, you see an impeccable line of soldiers in white armor awaiting you. A welcome party? Lack asks, though the atmosphere is far from welcoming. In accordance with national decree, we have come to apprehend the rebellious Maiden, the soldiers say, pointing countless blades at you. According to the soldiers, allowing the masked soldier to escape in the forest was a huge infraction of national decree. Lanka hangs her head. Apparently, national decrees are matters of utmost importance to maidens. A soldier who appears to be the squadron's captain claps Lanka in restraints. The maiden must be educated, the captain says. Dispose of the others, including the attendant.
Just gotta get edumacated. We gotta stop them. We're gonna edumacate them instead. Alright, this fight can be a little rough. So we're down a character for this one.
Two fight as one.
That's not what I meant to do. We're okay.
Good
That
work.
went a lot better than that fight normally goes. I'm happy about that.
After defeating the soldiers, you spot neither hide nor hair of Lanka.
But I think we're like 2 levels up than normal.
According to Krim, the maiden will likely be taken to the Foundation, a school beneath the palace, to be educated.
Educated.
You begin walking toward the palace in hopes of saving the maiden, dragging along the faint attendant. Lanka, she murmurs. Oh, Lanka.
It's okay, Krem. We'll go get her. Don't you worry. Be back to berating you for being an insolent attendant soon enough. Alright, let's go to the inn to heal after that.
Befuddled, you ask why. I could tell from the moment I laid eyes on you poor pathetic lot that it simply wouldn't be right to ask you for money, she says blithely.
Wow. Alright. Now you gotta go to the Foundation.
You know what happens to those who enter the shrine unbidden, warns a paper pasted to the gate of the shrine.
Oh yeah, we gotta go talk
Alas,
to this guy first.
you don't know, and are left to wonder and despair. The palace gate that leads to the Foundation is blocked by a burly soldier. It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons you over to a different route. According to her, there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the Foundation. Beneath the edge of the shrine is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You push open the door and descend the stairs dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles.
This section's gonna be interesting because there's some stealth in this game. For the
This
first
place
time in the series,
creeps,
there'll be
says
some
Black with a
stealth
shudder.
sections.
There are no ghosts here, so don't worry, Krim replies encouragingly. Though I can't say the same of enemy
So we gotta get a
soldiers
little
you
Metal
don't
Gear up in here.
Then continue quickly on your way. Beneath the Alabaster Palace lies the Foundation. Within the sunless corridors echo the sounds of writing, day in and day out. You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door, but something's not right about her. That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling. The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere.
But if that's not Lanka, who is it? Oops.
Excellent.
There's 2 more shopping trips in the run left to do. Potentially, depending on what our money's like.
The Maiden's actions are managed by national decree, the girl writes. Excellent.
You live with 1 health.
Magnificent.
That was kind of overkill by a lot. Okay. Stealth section coming up now.
At the end of the corridor, you find an open space that looks to be a small room. When you peer inside, not like anyone comes through here anyway, the guard grumbles as he half-heartedly surveys the area. I doubt he'd notice an intruder until they slapped him in the face, you say in astonishment. You make it through the room without the guard noticing. Laddie's expression reads of relief. As soon as you leave the room, you hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch." He then promptly leaves the area.
These are very, very lazy guards.
Two soldiers survey the area. Lanka should go first, Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody, then take the vanguard.
Yeah, I almost fucked that up.
Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guards speaking. Break time, they announce before heading off somewhere. And fight.
Yeah, I can just run from this fight. I don't need to do it. We're like over leveled.
A single corridor extends in front of you. Either side is lined with countless baskets. While most are empty, there are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well, then blinks its eyes. Whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket.
Yeah, when you're over leveled for enemies in an area,
Fight.
the roll to run away is going to be 2, which is a guarantee, because you can only roll a minimum of 1 on each of the 2 dice. Normally we wouldn't be able to run away from too much of the stuff here, but thankfully we can. Alright, this is a bit of a trickier section to do the stealth with.
As you reach the bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation.
Gonna show me the pattern for every single one.
The surveillance is even tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution. That guy is always slacking off, the guard gripes,
Oh,
as
crap.
he makes a run for you. You flee quick as your legs can take you. Somehow, you manage to shake off the soldiers. You'll have to watch their movements extra carefully so you don't get caught.
No, I know their movements, I just kind of forgot that guy turns back around that way. Oh my god. I need to wait, I think, there. Alright, so Smack, take care, love. Thank you for stopping by, darling. It was always nice seeing you and having a little bit of a chat. Thankfully, there's not really too much punishment except for a time loss if you mess up here. Oh yeah, so we can just go over top like this. Okay, I see where I was making a mistake. Oh fuck.
I guess it's time to get to work, the soldier remarks lazily.
How?
Though he sends a short
Oh, this guy
glare
turns
your way.
around. Oh. Okay, well, we don't have to get the key again, I don't believe. Yeah, we already have the key, so we just have to get there. Oh, yeah, that was a mistake again.
Bad kids must be punished, the soldier says with a fearless laugh, then closes in on you.
I always forget, like, how to do that one part there. Once I remember it, we'll be good. It's just been so long. Alright, we're good.
You've successfully made it past the soldiers. Then, Lack starts to sniffle and snuffle, clearly about to sneeze. But Laddie swiftly covers its mouth and nose, stifling whatever sound threatens to escape. Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing. Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs. Don't hold back. The door is shut tight. You see what appears to be a keyhole. You might be able to use the foundation key here. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone.
Is that chest in here? No. I think one of these girls gives... Girl next to basket gives an item, yeah.
Please endorse me as the next Maiden, she says, then offers you something.
There should be an item in here to grab. Right?
If I become a maiden, will I forget this place? The girl asks, then hands you something. When you pull the key from the keyhole, it snaps in half. You won't be able to use this key anymore.
I can't remember if either of them gives you anything. No, I don't think they do.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door.
Alright, let's make sure we have... Yeah, we should probably heal. Oops. Alright, let's save just in case. Alright, yeah.
You find yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka, surrounded by the shadows, has her gaze downcast. "You saw everything, didn't you?" she asks. You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm. It was established to churn out maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island, to keep the city forever prosperous. Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare. Dully, she points her blade at you, almost as if she wants to be hurt.
Like I said, the sads are gonna start now.
Guess you can't settle this without fighting her. You're Lanka. I know you are, Krim whispers as she holds the fallen maiden. Krim confesses that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with a fool like herself and treating her kindly from time to time. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen them before. This time, Lanka is the one crying as Krim comforts her. Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Lanka says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school. If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must flee as quietly as you can. Atop the desk, you find an evacuation route guide. It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room. Someone has scrawled the numbers 5731 at the bottom of the page.
Alright, time to leave.
On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock.
Alright, we're almost done with this chapter.
You open the door and find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka
Yes, the
replies
sun is
somewhat
coming out.
bashfully.
Alright, we gotta go stop at the inn to be full health for this next
Here
bit.
to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set foot in the inn.
Alright, now we can leave. Alright, sad time coming up.
There they are. You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city. Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight.
Alright, time to ruck these guys. Yeah, unfortunately this part's got a lot of violence in it, and, very sad.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Fortune favors the bold.
Ow.
Fortune favors the bold. There seems to be no end to the soldiers who have been ordered to stop any further infractions of national decree. Your party is reaching its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but take this as proof that I lived, the Ivory Maiden says to Laddie
No, don't
as
do it,
she hands
Lanka.
over her maiden's relic. After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives.
So if you haven't already guessed, this fight is designed for you to lose. Like, it's just not possible with two characters.
It's a losing battle. The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women.
It looks so sad.
The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies. Regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare, it's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain. You take Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city.
All right, another chapter down. Well, that's 3 maidens dead. The Azura Maiden sacrificed herself to save her island. Queenie died giving birth to Melanie. And Lanka and Krim died trying to allow us to escape.
You have finally gathered the 4 relics, one from each of the maidens you have met on your journey. Laddie's maiden preparations are complete, and Lack celebrates by twirling in the air. The time has come to see your mission fulfilled. You make your way to the Spirit Spire in hopes of saving your home. Your adventure began when you met Lack at this very altar. The self-proclaimed spirit told you that Laddie could become a maiden if you brought all the maiden's relics back to this spire. The memories of the other maidens now reside within the relics as pure light. According to Lack, only a single heart scar remains. You need only heal it with the relic's light. With the sound of Lack's familiar chant in your ears, you once again enter the heart's domain. You see a door within the blinding light. Not long after, you hear a voice. Beyond the door lies Laddie's unconscious mind, the voice says, though you have no idea what that means. The voice then delivers a warning. A half-hearted attempt will only end in heartbreak. The sound of a begrudging sigh fills the air as the door opens. The mysterious voice echoes in your head as your consciousness fades. When you awake, your mind feels hazy, and you find yourself wondering what that voice from earlier was. Laddie, noticing your distant gaze, looks at you in concern. You recall the voice telling you to make for the land of woe. With no other leads, you decide to do as it says. After healing multiple heart scars with the help of the Maiden's relics, Laddie's heart's domain is starting to return to normal. As you gaze around, your eyes become transfixed on an area in the east that is still shrouded in black. Suddenly, the onyx stela begins to move and goes off into the distance. I think the land of woe is that way, Lack says. You decide to put your faith in its words and chase after the stela.
Alright, so we gotta jump all the way over here and head east.
You did great. Don't hold back. Teamwork makes... Don't hold back. Magnificent. You manage to catch up with the Onyx Stela. Just where do you think you're going, you ask, as you give it a tap? When the Stela transforms into Queenie and Blight. Queenie, who appeared on her head for reasons unknown, tumbles to the ground with a yelp. A concerned Blight helps the Maiden sit up. It seems she can't shake her misfortune, even in this world. But you know that the Onyx Maiden died in childbirth. You suppose that these two are just illusions made by Laddie's heart.
Alright, now we got Queenie and them back. Okay. Alright, so we gotta do skills. Need Stab, Air Thrust, Dry Attack, Flame Rush, and then Starlight Veil. And Laddie, we need Charge, Heal Plus, Thunderbolt, Double Heal, and Blizzard. Okay, yep. Alright, equipment. I don't need to put this on actually, because we bought this sword instead. We use the gemstone ring. And then Blight needs the ring of evasion.
The land of woe is an abyss of anguish. It is a pit of darkness into which sink her deepest, darkest desires.
Alright, we gotta go southwest.
My, what a curious little desire you have with you, an elderly woman remarks. Something about her strikes you as strange. Lack, suddenly on the opposite end of that woman's stare, angrily retorts, "My name's not Desire." The woman explains that the queen has ordered all her subjects to keep black shadows called desires as pets. Only with greed can you proceed, she tells you, before mysteriously vanishing. Her enigmatic words leave you with nothing but questions. To find answers, you know you must explore the area for yourself first.
Alright, so southwest.
You see a man holding a mirror, fussing with his hair. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Once he notices Laddie at your side, he grows angry. How dare you walk beside a woman, he rages.
Alright, so this guy's weak to fire.
Magnificent. Magnificent. The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man glares at you with disdain. Greedy jerk, he scowls.
Alright, now we gotta go north.
Hope you win.
Oops.
A woman looks inside of her wallet and sighs. Behind her looms a dark shadow. The woman turns to you and exclaims, "I am sick of being poor." The shadow behind her then leaps at you.
Alright, this one is weak to wind.
magnificent. The shadow melts into your body. Her desire gone, the woman glares daggers at you. How greedy can one person be, she asks with a scoff. You hear what sounds like a lock coming undone. Perhaps a door has opened somewhere. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens. The shadowy desire suddenly leaps at you.
Alright, these shadow harpies are also weak to wind.
Just as the shadow dissipates, you hear a door unlocking in the east. It sounds like a new path has opened. Your hand is repelled the moment you take the handle. It seems you won't be getting past without defeating another shadow.
Excuse me? I'm apparently missing one. Oh, we have to go through this one.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates.
Help if I read the actual, like,
door
whole line
opens.
of text on my notes.
The shadow glares at your party, then suddenly lunges at you, as if to swallow you whole.
I don't know what these weaknesses are.
Magnificent. Just as your battle ends, you hear the faint sound of a lock coming undone. It seems a door somewhere has opened. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
Really, I missed.
A desire blocks your path. You ready your weapon, prepared to fight. Show them what you got.
Alright, these guys are weak to light. But I don't have the...
Magnificent. Teamwork makes... magnificent. 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 As the shadow disappears, you hear a door unlocking in the east. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
I need to heal her. Yes. Yes, I do.
You see a man accompanied by a shadow monster. Just as you're about to speak to him, though, the shadow swallows the man. You start to wonder if all the shadows here were humans engulfed in desire. While you are lost in thought, the desire rushes at you. Magnificent. Excellent.
Good rolls.
After slaying the desire, you hear a noise from the south. It sounds like a new path has opened.
Forget which way we need to go. Yeah, this way. A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons. Excellent. Can you please not heal?
Fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors. You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was. And fight.
Okay. Yeah, soothe stone. And the chest to the right over this way. Okay. We gotta go south. Alright, let's make sure we're healed for this site. Yep, we're good. I'm gonna save just in case, because it's been a while.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons. Teamwork. You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
boss coming up now.
You can hear the desires ridiculing you. You ignore their scorn and continue forward. Within the throne room, the Queen of Woe awaits. The Queen reveals herself to be none other than Laddie. She is the undisputed ruler of this domain. Indeed, this world. Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been... Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been swallowed by the stormy seas and echoes within your heads. She tells you that in the land of woe, greed is both grand and glamorous. For stealing the desires of my people, I sentence you covetous intruders to death, she decrees. The impact sends you flying. By the time you look up, you realize that the entire area is covered by a heart scar. This looks bad, Blight remarks in a trembling voice as he gets to his feet. A shadow larger than any.
Alright, this fight might be a little rough, but we'll
emerges
see.
from the heart scar.
We're a bit ahead on
By the
levels
Queen
anyways.
Screams. The shadow roars, its voice powerful enough to shake the castle itself before lunging at you. Come on, you got this.
I don't have anything to fix that, unfortunately. I'll have to pick up Laddie. Like, even if I healed her, she would have still been killed. Because of the freeze damage, doubling the incoming damage. let's heal.
Magnificent. Unable to maintain its shape, the gigantic shadow begins to sway. This is it, you shout, and raise your sword in sync with Laddie's magic. But the queen appears and blocks your attack before it lands. This shadow is a manifestation of Laddie's greatest doubts. The queen worries over what will happen to Laddie's heart if that shadow should disappear. The queen decides to ask you a few questions to dispel the doubts at the heart of the domain's crisis.
What medicine? That's such a random question.
Wrong, the queen says with a laugh. How pitiful that you don't even know Laddie's likes and dislikes, she scoffs, before moving on to the next question. No, no, the queen exclaims with a laugh. How cold-hearted you are not to know what she fears, she chides before moving on to the next question. You have no idea, do you? The queen scoffs. The queen's desire to eliminate you is readily apparent. You don't know if there was a correct answer among the ones she gave you, but she has proven her point. Perhaps you don't know Laddie as well as you should by now. I cannot leave Laddie's heart in your hands, she roars. That raging voice transforms into a tidal wave that rushes toward you. Swallowed by the wave, the phantom onyx maiden and her attendant vanish. You're pulled under the tow only seconds later. When you come to, you find yourself in a familiar spire. It seems you were expelled from the heart's domain by the queen. You see Laddie snuggled up to Lack near the altar. You decide to go check on them. Black lies there limply, like a stuffed animal without its filling. The self-proclaimed spirit risked its life to save you. If you had been swallowed by the wave, your consciousness may never have returned. You give Lack your heartfelt thanks for saving you. Lack trembles as it tries to speak. Laddie gazes upon the injured Lack with concern. It's coming, Lack proclaims in a faint voice. And then, everything falls quiet. An odd energy fills the spire. You place Lack upon the altar and head outside to find the source.
Alright, we have a big boss fight coming up. This fight is going to be potentially rough, depending on how things go.
The sea falls eerily still, almost as if afraid of something. You realize that the strange energy you felt earlier is not only in the spire, but blankets the entire isle. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you turn to see Laddie as pale as a sheet. She points, and when you turn to see what she's staring at, you find your field of vision filled by
That's
a
our next
monster
boss.
so big that it pierces the clouds. You can't believe your eyes, but you know you can't stand still. We have to evacuate everyone, you say, then make for the village. So the beast to end it all has finally reared its head, the old man remarks, calm despite the impending danger. Aside from the odd crying child, nothing seems amiss in the village. Nobody seems the slightest bit bothered by the monster. Omega Village, which has been without a maiden for years, seems overly accepting of its fate. You decide to speak with the mayor to learn how you might evacuate the people. You only hope he can be swayed.
Alright, we need to... I don't think there's anything here we can buy right now that's worth... Yeah, no. We need to go to the accessory shop, though, because I need the water stay ring.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
Alright, we need water stay ring 2 for this boss coming up. We need to buy 2 of these. Man, if there's anything else we need.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
Anything that I can get rid of, free up inventory space. Nope. And we probably want a few more revives. Should be it.
It's been ages since you've seen the mayor, and yet he averts his eyes the moment you enter. Just like the other villagers, he seems to have accepted his fate. But why? You ask him why everyone is stubbornly just waiting for everything to come to an end. Because that is this village's fate, Grieth answers simply. You ask him if there is a way to evacuate the village, but he tells you there is no way off the island. You ask the mayor about the giant monster. He says it is called the Isle Eater. According to the Maiden's myth, the calamitous beast has appeared since times of old to devour islands. You have learned nothing for all your effort. Perhaps feeling the same, Laddie rushes to the village entrance. You ignore Grieth, who tries to stop you both, and chase after Laddie. It seems unlikely that the villagers will flee the island, which leaves you with no choice but to slay the monster yourselves.
Okay, are we full health? No, okay. Alright, so we need to stop at the inn. There is no inn. Okay, well, I guess we're using our items then. How many party heals do I have? Hopefully that's enough. Alright, we'll save here just before this boss fight, just in case.
The entire island is in grave danger. You refuse to flee on your own. You and Laddie board the Bon Vent and point the prow toward the Isle Eater. The calamitous beast towers before you. Its sheer size makes you realize that there was truth to the myth. To save the village, you have no choice but to fight it here and now. You know it's reckless, but still grip your sword tightly.
Alright, the boss is weak to bolt.
A light flashes in the sky, and two figures appear. The Crimson Maiden Lavia and her attendant Gladio from Hero's Dominion. They claim to have seen the monster during a trade expedition and rushed over. You were joined unexpectedly by the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. With them, you may be able to save the island from disaster. You make for the monster's head and raise your sword up to the sky.
Alright, here we go.
All right, now to rid the world of this calamity.
Get rid of the tentacles first. These got some decent rolls. Ow. Alright, that's one down. Oh, that's the wrong target. Well, the reason we buy those water stay rings is so that we can reduce some of the damage from this boss, because it hurts a lot.
Fortune fa- Yikes. Magnificent.
Alright, we're getting luck with the rolls, so that's good. Damn. Why did you heal like that? Jerk.
Fortune favor.
As long as we keep rolling 10s, we can get those crits. I'm a little short on getting the defense attack. Okay. Alright, we're getting very lucky with these rolls. Just wish I could get the debuff roll.
No matter how fiercely you assail the beast, it doesn't stop it from advancing toward the island. Your allies are fighting their hardest, and yet it's still not enough. A gigantic cannonball sails through the air, crushing the monster's tentacles with a muffled crunch. You see that a single ship has fired the cannonball, and upon it, Grief is at the helm, instructing the Omega Islanders to fire shot after shot at the beast. For Laddie, the villagers shout in unison. You feel your heart warm at those words. You had thought the villagers hated Laddie and wanted her gone. So why would they help you? Regardless of the reason, you can't deny how heartened you feel. You and Laddie look at each other and nod. You grip your sword with renewed strength, determined to cut through the threat, binding the Isle to its dreaded fate.
Good thing we didn't get cursed, because that would suck. Alright, did it.
Together, you manage to slay the calamitous beast and watch as it sinks back into the sea. Once you've celebrated your victory, you and your allies turn your ships in their respective directions and sail off.
Okay. Didn't quite get a full heal there, so we're gonna go to the inn. Oh yeah, there's no inn. I keep forgetting that. Oh.
It
Go talk to
seems like
Grief
he's
first.
not home.
There he is.
Grief stands among the blooming flowers in the center of the village. Grief hands his daughter a book. It's the same one that you found in his house. The diary of Laddie's mother. Laddie opens it with an uneasy expression. Her eyes fill with tears as they pass over the words. Within its pages are words of love. A deep and heartfelt love that the previous maiden held for her daughter. It also contains words of anguish at having to burden her own child with the island's fate. Grief tells you that he refused to let Laddie sacrifice herself in the same way. Your eyes widen in realization. So does that mean? They knew that if Laddie were freed from being a maiden, the island would be destroyed. But all the islanders wished to spare Laddie, even if it meant losing their homes and their lives. Grief tells you that a maiden's power comes from her heart. So everyone treated her cruelly in hopes of disheartening her. I'm so sorry you had to endure that, he says, deeply apologetic. It was all a lie. One that the village made Laddie believe for her own good. Laddie, now knowing the depth of love that her parents and fellow islanders had for her, jumps into her father's arms and cries. For the first time you hear it. The voice that Laddie buried deep within
This is
her
why Laddie's
heart.
best girl.
A soft breeze blows through the village, like a gentle blessing upon the two of them, and carries countless petals into the sky. Laddie's innocent cries echo through the village amidst the drifting flower petals, and the ominous clouds that heralded the end give way to a bright blue sky.
Alright, that's the end of that chapter, finally. Two chapters left. Alright, I'm gonna pause the timer here, and I need to stand up and stretch. We've gone this whole time, and I haven't taken a single bloody break. I need to stand up and stretch. Holy fuck. And I also need to get another drink, because I'm out of drink right now. So I will go and do that in the meantime. Let me just, not that one either. Just trying to add something on the screen. Just sure that I'm be right back. I have one on here somewhere. Okay, I'll just add a new one. Ow, why is that text so huge?
Oh boy, what time is it?
Yeah, you're telling me, narrator. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Timer's paused. I need to stand up and stretch. Apparently the narrator also is giving me a nice reminder.
Excuse me. Holy moly, did I nod off a bit there? Boy, what a dream.
Okay, appreciate everybody's patience. I really needed to stand up, stretch, go to the bathroom, and get another drink. Ooh, crazy. 8.5 hours in, and we still have a few hours or more to go. We might actually finish this in less than 12 hours. Possibly. We'll have to see. Hearthstone isn't necessarily long for a chapter, but it could be a bit of a doozy. The last chapter, though, after that is boss rush, so that's gonna be that could take a while. But I imagine we should be able to finish Hearthstone in the next hour or so. So that'll put us in around 10-hour mark. So hopefully the last chapter won't take us the whole 2 hours or whatever. Anyways, we're about to unpause the timer. But yeah, I hadn't taken a single break since we started, so I definitely needed one. Splash that water on that face too. Alrighty, yeah, so let's unpause that timer and we'll get right back to it. So I'll get rid of that message. And away we go. Alright, I think we still have enough items to get through. Yeah, we should be okay. At least until after this section. As long as we can get through this next chapter, then we can stock back up for the end game. We should have enough to get through this. Alright, we need to do some skill reassigning here. So we want stab, self-heal, try attack, thunder strike, and starlight veil. Really? Is that really what I want? It seems a little odd to want those. I don't think I want Thunderstrike. I think I'd want Tempest over that. Either Tempest or Flame Strike would be better than that. Actually, Power Charge would be better. I'm taking Power Charge. I don't agree with my notes that I wrote saying Thunderstrike and Star Veil. It would be one or the other. And honestly, Thunderstrike is not that great. I would rather have Mirage if I was gonna take Thunderstrike. Just because Mirage is party-wide buff based on the rule and its damage to all enemies. Whereas Star Veil is buffing defense the same way. Except for it's a flat defense buff. Okay, so we'll do that. And then for Laddie, we'll do Charge Spell, Heal Plus, Thunderbolt, Double Heal, and Force Impact. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we gotta do equipment. We want to put the Darkstay ring on him. And then on Laddie, we want to put the Numbstay ring. Put her speed up. Alright, time to go talk to Lack.
You rush to the altar, worried about Lack, only to find it lazing atop the altar and yawning. When the self-proclaimed spirit notices you, it immediately changes its tune. Oh, the pain, it groans. But it's too late. For the first time ever, Laddie calls out Lack's name and hugs it tightly, rubbing her cheek against it. Lack's expression reads of surprise, pain, and happiness from within Laddie's arms. It appears all your allies are together once again. You decide that it's time to venture back to the heart's domain and put an end to that giant shadow. But you mustn't be hasty. Approach the altar only when you're ready.
I'm ready.
You turn to look at your allies and receive a stout nod from Laddie. Laddie waves her staff and chants, showing off an excellent imitation of the self-proclaimed spirit. But when she sees your slack-jawed stare, she fidgets. I wanted to try it once, she confesses. Lack, his sole chance to shine stolen, chants in a disheartened voice and leads you all to the heart's domain. You find yourselves back in the land of Woe's throne room. Now, it's time to put an end to that shadow.
Alright, yeah, we still have to heal Laddie, which is fine, I guess. I don't really want to burn a 40 heal on that, but I also don't want to use my party-wide heals, so good enough for now. We'll restock later. We should be okay.
So you've made your decision, the Queen says to Laddie in a defeated voice. I have, Laddie answers resolutely, having finally weathered the storms of her past. It seems the Queen no longer has reason to resist. You decide it's time to finish off the dying shadow beside her. The shadow's true form is the unfulfilled desire in Laddie's heart. Her part to play now over, the Queen gazes upon Laddie with a serene expression. The relics in your and Laddie's hands radiate a dazzling light, and the final scar on Laddie's heart begins to heal. With the final scar healed, Laddie's heart's domain has returned to normal at long last. Go on, get, Lack exclaims enthusiastically, and the both of you head off.
Alright. So we need to go to the west to get the... Yeah, we just gotta go collect all these chests now that we skipped. So that's Fire Stay Ring. Little north chest is... Get them all. We gotta go to the middle and go get the north chest. And go to the surface. There's a chest to the south with the Ring of Protection 2. And then before leaving, I'm gonna do some shopping. So we're going to the armor shop. Knight's Order sword potentially is something we want. Yeah. Cause like this is, yeah, we want the Knight's Order sword. The increased defense and speed. And why do I have question marks for the other thing? Is that for the Knight's Mail? Is that why I have the question mark there? Oh yeah, the Knight's Halberd is like significantly stronger than this. I might consider getting the Knight's Halberd next time I do the run. Yeah, we should probably buy this. It's better armor than what we were wearing. And then I don't think Laddie needs any better armor because she's already wearing the best that she can wear. So we can sell off some of the other gear that we don't need for the money. Don't want this sword anymore. Back a fair bit of money there. I need those rings for later. And then we need to go get a bunch of healing and stuff now. I'm gonna restock on everything that we need. So we need Omnicells. Yeah, so how many of these do we have? 8. I want 10 of those. And then we need a, we need the elixirs. 3, the 7, 8. should be fine. I'm double checking the accessory shop because sometimes in these areas there's very specific stuff that you get. Yeah, there's the ring of protection 2s. Pretty sure we can all buy these at Mega Village anyways now. Those are 5,000 each, but we don't need them. Alright, we should be all good to go. So now we can just follow Lottie around for a little bit. Then we'll return to the throne room afterwards.
Before your eyes stretches a pure and peaceful domain. The leaves rustle in the breeze, and the waves gently ebb and flow, as if to show the peak perched atop a nearby hill. Laddie beckons you over. Perhaps she wishes to give you a tour of her own heart. You can see white birds flying around the spire in the distance. Your eyes follow the birds until eventually landing upon Laddie's smile, and you reflect on your journey. The first time you came to this place, the entire world was cloaked in black, and Laddie couldn't utter a single word. You were drawn from your thoughts when you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She says that there's still much more to see. Beautiful trees line the restored forest, and butterflies float about as you stroll through, admiring the greenery. A butterfly lands on Laddie's fingertip. As you watch her quietly rejoice, you think back on your travels. When you visited the nearby town, your feelings toward Laddie were already... While you're deep in thought, Laddie taps your shoulder. "We should be getting back to Lack," she says with a smile. "Wow, you've come a long way. Would you like to go back now?"
Yes.
You hasten back to Lack's side in the land of woe. Beneath the light of the stained glass window, you and Laddie stand at the spirit's side. "Are you ready?" Lack asks, and Laddie nods. In the throne room, where her desires once lurked in the shadows, Laddie bares her heart to you. In a trembling whisper, Laddie makes a bold confession. It appears that over the course of your journey, she has developed feelings for you. But having been born a sacrificial maiden, she suppressed those feelings, fearing they would only be a burden to you.
I love you too, Laddie. You best girl.
Laddie stares down at the ground as she awaits your answer. And you decide to respond to her confession in equal earnest. She gazes up at you with wide eyes, as if disbelieving her own ears. You can see tears threatening to overflow in her eyes. A transparent light begins to overflow from Laddie's staff. It's as radiant as the glow from the Maiden's relics. According to Lack, now that her heart's domain has been restored, she can become a true maiden. With that, she can now save Omega Isle. Your journey's purpose fulfilled, you and Laddie look at each other, with an ephemeral smile.
Alright. Now shit's gonna hit the fan, though.
There's something odd about Lack's voice. And not just that. Cotton begins to spill out from its insides as it takes the form of a human.
Yeah, so yeah, Lack was never floating around. It was a hand puppet. Sorry to break the immersion.
Something's not right. When you attempt to speak to Lack, you are struck by a tremor large enough to shake the world itself. The palace begins to crumble, and Laddie is swallowed by the fissure that opens in the throne room. Your fingers graze hers as you try to grab her, but Laddie is just beyond your reach, and she tumbles into the abyss.
That's like the shortest chapter in the game. Pay no mind to the fact that Lack has the lunar tier of flower eyes
The
and
furious, roiling seas
the Watcher's
swallowed
eye
all
in his
but a
mouth.
small strip of land.
Swear it's
The
not
last
related to
vestige of a
Drakengard at all.
drowning heart, desperate for rescue.
Again, it's just the fact that they have the same artist. And they like using that stuff.
The heart's domain is but a shadow of its former self. Devastated by the awesome power of the tsunami that nearly swallowed it whole.
Alright. Everything
Lack's
got fucked up
transformation.
now.
The quake that threw you to your knees. Laddie, as the earth swallowed her. You shake your head to free yourself from the harrowing visions. Laddie. You have to find Laddie. The wind changes direction so abruptly, you can't help but feel it's telling you something, urging you to the northwest. You stop before a gash in the earth, filled with rushing, muddied water. You see no way of crossing to the other side. In an instant, a bridge appears over the surging rapids. You catch sight of a figure on the opposite side of the chasm. Is this their handiwork? A lone woman approaches you as you alight from the bridge. She bears more than a passing resemblance to Laddie. The mysterious woman merely smiles in response to your query. At last, she speaks. Her voice is soft and calm. She informs you that she is the former Maiden of Omega Isle, which makes her Laddie's mother. She studies you for a time, A sense of relief plays across her face as she whispers, "Yes, I can trust you with her." The woman begins walking, slowly enough that you believe she means for you to follow. Might she be leading you to Laddie? Laddie's mother speaks of her daughter as you walk down the road. Laddie has long felt isolated, she says, having succeeded her mother, only to be driven from the village. Traveling with you, however, taught her how to open up once more. "You've saved my child, and I cannot thank you enough," she says with a warm smile. Laddie's mother stops and extends a finger northward. "Laddie cries out for your help from the spire," she says gravely. You see a towering, crooked structure in the center of the heart's domain. You begin walking toward it, praying all the while that no harm has befallen Laddie. Tempting though it may be to wander, this isn't where you're headed, so you turn around. You see a very familiar face when you arrive at the spire gate. "Oh, thank goodness you've made it," Grieth says with no small amount of relief. That relief, however, is short-lived, as you take notice of countless eyes peering at you from the shadows. Laddie's parents stand between you and the shadows, urging you to press on ahead while they buy you time. They square up to face the encroaching darkness. Shoulder to shoulder, they look like the many maidens and their attendants you've met along your journey. Chest tight with sorrow, you trust them to their task and fight your way into the spire. A twisted version of the Spirit Spire looms before you, emptied of the memories of your many visits. You hear a wail of anguish as you push the heavy door open. Was that Laddie? Yes, it must have been. "It's all right, Laddie. I'm here," you say in a soft, soothing voice. Laddie's gaze meets yours. Her anguished, fearful expression gives way to relief. The two of you embrace, as if trying to forget the short yet all too long time you were forced to spend apart. Laddie's tears subside, and she regains her composure. You move to punish lack for destroying the heart's domain, but Laddie takes firm hold of your sleeve. Even after all this, she seems to trust it, to believe there is more to its situation than meets the eye. Lack awaits atop the spire. Hoping to learn why it's doing this, the two of you journey upward. Don't hold back. The altar is surrounded by 4 stela, each bearing the color and likeness of their respective maiden. You reflect on the friends you've made over the course of your journey. If only they were there by your side now. As if responding to your quiet summons, light issues forth from the stela and the maiden's relics. Laddie's memories of them live on in the heart's domain. Perhaps they can aid you in your hour of need after all.
So we'll either choose the onyx or ivory. I kind of want damage, so I'm gonna choose onyx. Oh yeah, we gotta equip the gemstone and the thing we need gemstone. Innovation. I don't think there's anything up here.
And fight.
Oh yeah, we want the evasion too, so we'll get that really quick. I don't think there's anything to the north. I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, nothing up here.
Don't hold back. Magnificent.
We're going through the second door. So there's a gemstone ring to up this way somewhere. Got that. Okay.
And fight. A large boulder, fallen from one cliff or another, lies before you. You place your hands on the boulder and set your feet behind you. Laddie joins you, and the two of you push with all your might. The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, but it proves too small to alter the current. The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, altering the current.
Alright, so there's Heavenly Guardian armor down here we want to grab. There's gonna be a bunch of fights coming up here.
Magnificent.
Really, I failed to hit enough damage. So we need to do some equipping. So Baron needs the Heavenly Guardian armor. Queenie Gemstone Ring 2. Which actually has stats, which is super nice. And then Blight Evasion 2. Put on a fire say ring 2. I lose to the speed, but I gain damage. Problem is a lot of these enemies are gonna have dark skills right now. And then Laddie has the anti-paralysis on. I want to make her not squishy, but there's not too much I can do about that. However, I can give her this armor instead. She just loses a little bit of damage, which is fine. For now, anyways.
Something leaps out at you from the Steela's shadow.
Alright, now we gotta go through this gauntlet of bites.
And fight.
Alright, so we're gonna buff everybody in the party.
Magnificent. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune fa-
Ow. I really don't like these enemies.
Yikes.
Yeah, yikes is right. Oh, it only works on self, really? Okay. I keep forgetting that only works on self. Please stop inflicting random status effects. Oh fuck. I forgot he's cursed. Alright, yeah, that was dumb.
Fortune fa-
using one of those.
Don't hold back.
Alright, well, she's just instantly dead if he hits her. Yep.
Ouch. Magnificent.
Alright, so there is a... There's an item and armor shop here that we can restock with.
Fortune fa-
This is what we're gonna need to do, because, like, we're pretty much at the end of the game, so we're probably gonna be finishing well under what I expected. Provided, like, the last series of fights don't go terrible. They're there. Alright, I don't remember what's in the armor shop. Yeah, just all this stuff again. hold on. Does she not? Oh yeah, never mind. I took that off. I remember now. Well, we don't need this ring because that's useless. Yeah, let's stock up on items because we're gonna need them. Okay, so we need panaceas is what we do need though. That's for sure. 3, 4, so that's 5, 6, 7. Six, so let's see if I can get 4 of these. That's 2. 12, 15. Alright, we're full on items. If there's any other stuff in their inventory that I don't want, now's the time to get rid of it. I don't need that anymore. Alright, that's about as prepped as we're gonna get at this point.
A girl stands before the altar, gazing up at the ominous night sky through the collapsed ceiling. Her hand puppet, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically, turns to face you. What could have driven it to wreak havoc on the heart's domain after it made no small effort to help you set it right? You ask, trying to ascertain what its plan is. It wishes to tell you about the fate of this world, since you've been such good companions on this journey. Lack's incantation calls the darkness down from the sky. In an instant, the altar is completely enshrouded. You drift in the endless dark. But then, several beings of pure light appear. This must be the distant past. Islands dot the ocean as far as the eye can see. People offer maidens as sacrifices to the spirits, who then use their own life force to protect the islands. It is a cruel bargain. But mortals and spirits alike grew tired of this horrific exchange, and one by one, the islands began sinking into the sea. Lack says it wishes to end this centuries-long saga of sacrifice. And so it found a maiden with more heart than any who had come before. Within this maiden's powerful heart, Lack sought to build a refuge, a home to which the spirits might flee, safe from the horrors of the world. The scheme it describes is hard for a mortal mind to grasp. But one thing is clear: Lack's desire to help the spirits. You are no longer needed, Lack says. It gathers an immense amount of magic power to banish you from this world. You have to protect Laddie. That is all that matters. You dart in front of her to shield her from the imminent blast. The friends you've made on the journey leap to your side in your hour of need. I see we are destined to fight, Lack says, before escaping through a rift that opens up before the altar.
Alright, so this is the point of no return. Okay, I need to do some equipping here. I'm pretty sure we have to... From what I remember, we get set characters with stuff for this fight. So I'm gonna need the gemstone ring on Laddie. And the evasion ring. Honor and see here. That's what I can do. I mean, if they come in with those rings, that'll be great, but if they don't, that's not a big deal. But I'm pretty sure we get set party members for this fight. Are we full health? No.
End this so we can return to the village, Greeth implores. Laddie's mother smiles and nods in agreement.
Alright, time to go.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey.
Yeah, I figured they would leave. That's why we did that equip there.
Darkness is all around you. And within that darkness, a giant shade, as big as any island, wriggles and writhes, My name is Lack. And as the Spirit Sovereign, I shall see the wishes of my brethren fulfilled.
Yeah, Lack takes up like the entire area. Alright, so you get a full heal from our parents here.
You are bathed in a warm, comforting light. Magical power issues forth from Laddie's mother, healing your wounds. Be careful, Laddie's parents implore, as they see you off to the final battle.
Alright, so we're going to be fighting the Onyx Spirit first. They're resistant to dark, but weak to light. Just double checking my skill setup here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna need. She has Force Impact, which is what we need here. I don't think we'll need Bolt, though. So you might be swapping that for Refresh. Black defense to all allies for 3 turns. Okay, yeah, that should be good, but as good as we're gonna get. We're at 24. I mean, that's kind of the level that we want to be by the time we get here, so that's good.
Shrouded in darkness and exuding pure malice, this dragon can be none other than the Onyx Spirit from the Maiden's myth. Bitter cries ring out from the island, consumed by the wetlands. We too understand the pain of losing your home. With the Onyx Maiden and her attendant at your side, you ready your weapons.
Now, see, the problem that arises from having the attendants fight the element that it's resistant to is that we don't get a whole lot of extra damage because of it. So we do have to play kind of around that, because like a lot of their attacks aren't going to do a lot to it. So first things first. Buff. Generate. And then he has not that much armor, so that's good. We can take care of that. Get the deadly poison off, that'd be great.
Two fight as one.
Who needs... No, Lottie needs it. If she goes down, then we have problems.
Magnificent.
So hopefully Deadly Poison goes to work for us. That's what I was afraid of. This is why we bought all those revives. Because if he downs my defense like that, he can just straight up kill me. I'm not careful. I knew he was gonna go down, but not much I could have done about that. My god, that's such a bad roll. That was such a bad gamble. We need the Panacea here. We need to heal everybody. There we go. Alright, let's just fight down. Okay, got breathing room here. Next fight is Crimson Spirit. Resist to fire, weak to water. So we want our water skill. And plus fire, weak to water. So you want that. You definitely want Starlight Veil on Baron here. I mean, this is gonna be fine, I guess. There's not a whole lot I can think about there.
A skeletal knight shambles forth from the shadows. The crimson spirit from the Maiden's myth, you presume. Charmed. You hear the long, deep sigh of a warrior, fated to fight beyond their time on this mortal coil. You shall be cut down by our hand, the Crimson Maiden shouts. She and the Crimson Attendant square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe.
Okay. Okay, weak to water. Let's do water. Wow, that was not a lot of damage. That wasn't even worth it. Alright, well, Starlight Veil so we can get the defense bonus, because this guy hits hard.
Teamwork, mate.
Defense is knocked down a little bit.
Magnificent. Fortune favors the...
That hurt.
Magnificent.
Levea going down is not that great. heal the whole party before I rev anybody. What am I doing? Going the wrong way. Yeah, she's not gonna deal any damage to this. Heal. Alright. Now the tougher fight. Because this one we don't have access to our two main characters. We're gonna be using the Ivory Spirit and the Azura Maiden in the next fight.
An enormous octopus wriggles its way out of the shadows. The Azure Spirit, no doubt, just as the Maiden's myth described.
Alright, so the octopus weak to bolt, resists water. Ivory Spirit is resistant to light, but weakness is dark.
And that woman, clad all in white, must be the Ivory Spirit. They wail in agony for the maidens who sacrificed their lives to protect the Isles. This is our fight. The maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
Alright, so for this fight, our focus is to try to take down the octopus very quickly, because the octopus will heal over time and does a lot of AoE stuff. So try to get poison off on him. He's also got the lowest armor.
Excellent.
Yeah, and the Ivory Spirit can just like increase our armor like that. We just gotta hope we get Fatal Sign to go off. There we go. Yeah, see, he's gonna do the recovery thing. So we gotta get Fatal Sign on there in order to reduce the amount of HP it's getting per turn. Billy and Hyde are going to be our main damage dealers for the most part. All the other ones play support. Pretty sure there's a AoE attack coming, so I'm just gonna heal. I'm gonna redo fatal sign. And of course we failed. Damn, tide going down is not good. No, that's... I really hate that. I'm gonna run out of revives before I even get to the final boss. I almost feel like I could have bought more revives.
Magnificent.
I need to restabilize here, because I can't lose more than one person. Damn. Oh, we got a dodge, that's good.
Magnificent.
Ow. Oh, this is gonna go real bad real quick. Alright, we're gonna have to redo this whole section, because this can just go south just like this very easily. Oh no. I'm running out of everything. I have so many gems and I can't even spend them. How many revives do I have left? One? Jeez. Yeah, this is... I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna focus down the left instead of the octopus instead. I think that might be what I need to do instead. Even though the octopus can just one-shot me. There's just not a whole lot I can do.
Fortune fa- Magnificent. Magnificent.
Alright, just kill me so I can redo all of these fights again.
Yeah, it...
Surprisingly, everything went pretty well up until that part. Alright, it's fine. We know what we're doing for the fights again. Did it? Let's further in autosave, so we'll take this one.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey. Darkness. And within that darkness, a giant shade, as big as any. I shall see the wishes of my brethren fulfilled. Be careful, Laddie's parents implore, as they see you on to the final battle.
Okay, we're good. Alright, let's do this again. I always struggle with that fight.
Shrouded in dark, bitter cries, we too understand the pain.
Alright, round two. We should be able to get this.
With the Onyx
We know
Maiden
what the
and
game
her
plan
attendant
is.
at your side, you ready your weapons.
First two are pretty easy, because it's just 4-on-1. Bit easier to manage this way.
Magnificent. Excellent. Excellent. A skeletal knight. You hear the long, "You shall be cut down by our hand," the Crimson Maiden shouts. She and the Crimson attendant square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe. Teamwork, mate.
Alright, come on, give me the rolls.
fortune favors the bold. Excellent.
Alright, let's not lose this fight now.
And that woman, clad all in white, they wail.
Alright, round 2, let's go.
This is our fight. The Maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
Alright, so we're gonna take care of the Ivory Spirit first. Leave the Octopus. I know he's gonna instantly kill people, but once we can actually focus on him, it'll be significantly easier to deal with him.
Excellent.
gonna generate. Ow.
Magnificent. Yikes.
That's a bit rough. Just recast this, and then try to pick everybody back up. She should die to the deadly poison. Or not if she heals. Can you stop doing that? No freeze, so no insta-kill. You need to stop doing that, please. Alright, hide, please kill her. Thank you.
Magnificent. 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 Fortune favor.
All right. One boss left. Or should I say bosses? Okay. All right, so we don't want to debuff it, because then it'll just heal itself. So that's the only thing we want to avoid doing. As far as our setup goes, we're about as good as we'll be.
Lack, you shout your friend's name at the spirit sovereign, though the creature no longer resembles the cuddly plushie you once knew. Its voice is so powerful that space and time seem to briefly buckle when it speaks. Nevertheless, you can hear the hurt in it. Your party tightens their grip on sword and staff alike. The time has come to free your friend of this curse, once and for all.
If we want to be safe, we definitely want to take the maidens with us. The ivory. because we'll have access to the healing. Alright.
Excellent. Magnificent.
Oh yeah, I don't want to be doing that. I forgot all about him being able to do that to me. Don't want to buff myself or debuff them.
Magnificent. Fortune favor. Magnificent.
Good Gamba. I need to get rid of that ASAP. I do want to deal damage to him though.
Magnificent.
Can you stop?
Magnificent. Magnificent.
But since he has 27 armor and I can barely do any other damage to him, we can just use flat damage to jump over that armor. Which is why we still have like, Tri-Strike on Baron. And we have White Spear Blanca, so that also jumps the armor. We're gonna run out of Panaceas. Maybe, might not.
Magnificent. Fortune favor.
Thankfully, we got a lot of healing, so we can kind of preserve many of the items as we can for the long fight. Okay, his attack stuff's gonna start hurting.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
Expected somebody to go down. I wasn't sure who it was going to be, though. Gotta remember not to buff though, because if I do that, he's just gonna kill everybody.
Magnificent.
Okay, I have to get her up and heal. I'm gonna heal first though before I even bother getting her up. Just to stabilize a bit.
Magnificent.
Really does not want me to get her up. It's almost dead.
Magnificent.
Need one more hit now. Alright, we're in the clear. Might be 2 more hits, depending on what I roll here. Yep. Alright, GG. Holy fuck. Finally. Run is about to be done.
You emerge victorious from the bitter fight for the fate of the world. The spirits are vanquished, one and all. Lax spirals and flails through the air. Laddie catches its limp body. The benevolent spirit sovereign gave everything to do right by its fellow spirits. Utterly spent, it lets out a plaintive moan in Laddie's arms. You return from your battle with the spirits to an altar room covered in heart scars. Speechless, your eyes dart from one area to the next, trying to get your bearings.
Alright, now we gotta do the super
Its
sads.
voice, weak and quivering, explains what has become of the heart's domain. Because of the battle, heart scars now cover this world in its entirety. There is no telling what effect this will have on Laddie in the real world. There is only one way to heal them, Lack manages to say, before its small body convulses in a coughing fit. The same way you've healed all the other heart scars you imagine. The Maiden's relic, you say. Lack nods and mutters grudging praise. The dazzling light of memories of the Maidens suffuses the relic. This is the power that will heal the heart scars. No doubt, the relic has also absorbed plenty of Laddie's memories of your hitherto adventures. Memories of the friendship she forged through hardship and delight as you sailed around the islands. Memories of her deep-rooted affection for her family, no matter how inelegantly they might have tried to protect her.
We're gonna have to sacrifice 2 of these
Memories
memories.
of her love for you, built over all the times, big and small, that you were there for each other throughout your journey. Friendship, family, love. 2 of these 3 must be sacrificed in order to heal the heart scars. Laddie must make an awful choice with the memories she has been entrusted. You can see the determination in Laddie's eyes. Though your chest feels about to burst, you respect her wishes. Laddie smiles faintly, as if saying, "I always admired your kindness." Lack begins to float in the air. Approach the altar when you have made your choice. Laddie has made peace with her decision. Guide her to the altar.
Alright. I need to remove some memories.
Have you made your choice? Lack asks. Laddie nods. She wishes to heal her heart scars.
What would Laddie do, you wonder?
That she must heal them, for the sake of the Maiden's ritual, and thus Omega Isle. Further, she is prepared to allow the spirits to take refuge within her, that they may be kept from harm. Black falters for a moment, as though it did not expect this answer, let alone one so firm. For agreeing to let the spirits take refuge in her heart renders Laddie but a relic. Eternal, yes, but neither dead nor alive as she watches time pass before her. If this is her will, it is, she insists. From the moment she was born a maiden, she thought she would never know love. And yet it has found her. And that is enough.
Oh, she said it. That's the one we're gonna keep.
She turns to her companions with a solemn look on her face. Friendship, family, and love. Priceless memories that emanate from Laddie's relic. Two of the three must be sacrificed in order to heal her heart scars.
Alright, goodbye, friends.
Laddie turns to her loyal companions. Some are silent, others shed tears. There is a serene smile or two, and Laddie offers her own awkward grin. Until next time, Laddie says. Her choice of parting words must mean she doesn't believe this goodbye is forever.
Goodbye, family.
Her father was always too strict, and her mother was always ready with a smile. But they both stand before Laddie, now with tears in their eyes. Tears, not of sorrow over parting, but of joy in aiding their daughter. Fed by the power of Laddie's memories, the relic glows ever brighter. She steps up to the altar and raises her relic in the air. A divine light erupts from the top of the tower at the center of the heart's domain. It touches every corner of the domain. A lighthouse in the darkest of seas, guiding wayward souls to shore. The Maiden's ritual. Laddie dreamt of it ever since she was a young girl, and now it is done. She is a maiden. Omega Isle and the spirits shall know peace. Laddie closes her eyes. Holding fast to the memories of her love. On the island saved by her hand, she shall slumber forevermore.
This song is gonna make me cry. Anyways, enjoy the ending credits of this song. What a wild ride. Digressing these games. But yeah, we're done the story percent for Voice of Cards 2. So we finished IDR the other day, and we finished this one today. Thanks for the GG, General. Yeah, so we had a couple deaths along the way. We could probably shave off another 30 or more minutes. But, I mean, given this was a first D-Rust back in several months, I would say it's not too bad. I gotta clean up my notes a bit, because I got a little confused with some of it. But, anyways, enjoy the rest of the credits. There is some post-story stuff too, so stick around for that.
Time continues its inexorable march. A gentle breeze guides waves softly to the shores of Alpha Isle, as it came to be known after it escaped certain doom. A young boy stalks carefully through the grass. He clutches a large tree branch in his hand, his eyes fixed on a monstrous shade. He has chased it here after finding it near the village and taking it upon himself to end it before it can do any harm. In one smooth motion, the boy rears back and hurls the branch. It falls harmlessly to the ground beside the monster, who flees. The monster seems to be heading toward the nearby spire. All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect the... All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect the island. It's really old, but nothing bad has happened to the island in a long time. So, it must be working? The boy pushes the large door open and enters. He could have sworn the monster ran in here. He'll just have to keep looking. Sunlight pokes through the gaps in the crumbling stone walls. The monster is nowhere to be found. The boy scans the room again, more carefully this time, his eyes landing on an altar. Upon the altar slumbers the maiden that brought peace to Alpha Isle. At least, that's what everyone says. Beside her lies a single sword. Covered in rust as it is, it must have stayed by the maiden's side since the moment she closed her eyes. It looks nice enough, though. Maybe it belonged to the guy from the legend. Supposedly, he risked his life to protect the maiden. The boy's eyes drift from the sword to the maiden's face. He stares for a moment, captivated. He wonders if she's dreaming. If she is, it must be a good dream. Because a small smile flickers across her lips. There you have it. The journey of a maiden who feared herself worthless across the seas and through her own heart.
There you have it. Forsaken Maiden. I highly encourage people to play the Voice of Cards games. They're very, very good. They're a lot of fun. And there's a lot to do them. And yeah, every single one of them has changed up some of the mechanics and made things a lot more interesting along the way. Thanks for the Limmer. Nice to see you. Thanks for lurking.
so fair. Honest, lovely hair. It is your body only a man. Lions lounge at his well. Innocent query, honesty, elephant. Level, honey, fish, quail. Elephant to design, let it be. Moas queries,
Alright, thanks for watching. Figured I'd let that play out. But it'll start looping now, so anyways.
And so, your long voyage has come to an end. What did you think of this tale? Oh, thank goodness. Or rather, that's wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that.
Oh, we'll be derusting the third game. It's not gonna happen after I take a rest today. It's not gonna happen tonight. Because I have to work Wednesday morning and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So if we do it's not gonna happen until next Sunday, which is when we started the first game. So it'll be a bit of a break till then. I know you can't wait. I can't wait either. I'm excited to get to BOB. Beast of Burden is really fun. I enjoy Beast of Burden a lot. But we're gonna have to wait till then.
This is the end of our travels together. But I'm certain we'll meet again in the world of Voice of Cards someday. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.